Test. Good morning to all. Welcome to the 35th Legislature's Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, Wednesday, January 31st. We will hear from officials and citizens of St. John regarding safety and security concerns here on the island of St. John. The committee first met somewhere around November 9th. However, today we will also hear from officials of the Virgin Islands Police Department who was subpoenaed to be here. We'll also hear from the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services and St. John Rescue, along with the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency and other citizens. We recognize also, importantly, that tomorrow begins Black History Healthy Hearts Month, and we look forward to celebrating our heritage, our culture, and healthy living. We recognize that today is a very busy day for our emergency services agency, so I thank you all for being here. At the time that this hearing was what? Scheduled, yes. Look at that, the word went from me. At the time the hearing was scheduled, we didn't know that we will have the world's largest cruise ship coming in here to the territory. Coupled with 4 other ships besides the Icon of the Seas, I believe that we have somewhere about just over 17,000 additional people here between St. Thomas and St. John. So I pray that all goes well. And even with the traffic, I'm happy that I'm on St. John and don't have to deal with that traffic on St. Thomas. I would have definitely have to probably ask my staff to work remotely, because that traffic is going to be something. But again, we want to welcome them to our shores, and let's pray that all goes well and they don't really need any of us unless it's just for a smile. All right? So, Madam Clerk, can you please read today's agenda? Before you read today's agenda, can I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Okay. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Present. Senator Bocas Jr. present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Here. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Here. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon James Sr. present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Here. Senator Johnson present. Senator Kenneth Elgins.
Here.
Senator Gittens present. Mr. Chair, you have 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you. Any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Tell us by whom first and then proceed.
Okay. We have correspondence from Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Greetings, Senator Gittens. Please note for the records, I will be tardy to the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, scheduled for 10 a.m. on Wednesday, January 31st, 2024, in the Cleone H. Creaky Legislative Conference Room due to a previously scheduled appointment. I will arrive as soon as possible. Thank you for understanding. Regards, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. And that's it?
That concludes the correspondence.
All right, thank you. Should be marked as excused until she arrives. I want to ask everyone with a device to please put them on silent or on vibrate at this time. Madam Clerk, can you read today's agenda into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The agenda is as follows. Block 1, 10 a.m., Public Safety Update. This update marks the second meeting dedicated to addressing public safety and security issues on the island of St. John. During our previous meeting on November 9th, 2023, committee members moved to subpoena the leadership of the Virgin Islands Police Department to compel their attendance. Invited testifiers: Honorable Ray Martinez, Commissioner of the VI Police Department; Honorable Darrell Jashin, Director, VITEMA; Mr. Antonio Stevens, Acting Director of the VI Fire Emergency Medical Services; Mr. Stephen Phillip, St. Thomas St. John Chief, VI Police Department; Mr. Clayton Brown, St. John Deputy Chief, VI Police Department; Miss Sandra Colborn, Captain, VI Police Department; Mr. Bob Malacorn, President, St. John Rescue; Ms. Carmen Wesselhoff Hedrickton, St. Thomas Resident, VI Taxi Association; Mr. Lawrence Renmansing, President of the VA Taxi Association; Ms. Sharon Coldren, Volunteer President of the Coral Bay Community Council; Ms. Myrtle Barry, St. John Resident, Concerned People of the VI; and Mr. James Penn, St. John Residents, VA Taxi Association. Mr. Chair, that concludes the agenda.
Thank you. What I'll do is system check. I'll start with the ladies on this end, and then we move to my left. Starting with you, ma'am, and I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. Yes, ma'am. Please speak into the mic. Just identify yourself so we could know that the mics are working. Pull it closer to you.
My name is Dr. Monica Miller-Smith, and I'm the Executive Director of Coral Bay Community Council.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Carmen Wesselhoff Hedrington, St. John resident.
Thank you. You could tell you're used to that desk, right? So I want you all to pull the mic just like that so we could hear you loud and clear. Assistant Director?
Good morning. Stephen M. de Blasio, Assistant Director of VITEMA.
Thank you. Welcome. And I see you have your able assistant here with us in the back. Good morning. Welcome. Ms. Moorhead. Sir?
Good morning. Acting Director Antonio Stevens, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service.
You still acting?
Yes, sir.
Let's get this right. Welcome. Sir?
Ray A. Martinez, Police Commissioner.
Thank you. Welcome.
Stephen Phillip, Chief of Police for St. Thomas, St. John, Water Island District.
Thank you. Welcome.
Clayton Brown, Deputy Chief, St. John.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
St. John Rescue.
Can you do that one more time for me, please?
Good morning. Bob Malacarney, President, St. John Rescue.
Okay, I got the first name, Bob.
Bob.
What's the last name?
Malacarney.
Okay. I'll call you Mr. Bob.
Mr. Bob.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning,
I
Victor
can't
Adams.
see who is there. Yes.
Good morning, Victor Adams, EMS Chief, St. Thomas, St. John District, Virgin Islands, Fire and EMS.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Clarence Stevenson, Fire Chief, St. Thomas, St. John Water
Pull that
Island.
mic down, man. You know, you cause some of this too.
Good morning, Clarence Stevenson, Fire Chief, St. Thomas, St. John Water Island.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Mugabe colleagues, Deputy Chief of Operations for the Island of St. John, VI Fire and Emergency Services.
How you doing this morning, sir?
I am good. I still waiting for the roast bowl.
You brought that? I was just about to ask you if you brought anything. Police Commissioner, I'll have a talk with you afterward. Welcome, everyone. So we know that our mics are working, and we want all St. John residents to know who is who as well by name. We're going to proceed with the testimony that's before us. And for the Virgin Islands Police Department, we did ask to obtain information relating to police operations, policy procedures, and initiatives relative to the community's safety and security here on St. John, and to provide an overview of public safety and security on the island of St. John. So I haven't seen anything in writing, but hopefully you'll be able to speak off the cuff to that and to respond to questions posed by my colleagues. So we will start with Vitima. I think you provided a testimony.
Good morning, Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman, Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Other committee members and members of the 35th Legislature.
Can I beg your indulgence, please?
Certainly, sir.
Sorry. I wanted to ask first if there were any alibis by my colleagues before we proceed, and to also note that, you know, we're here for update, and we just want to be able to update our citizens here in St. John to let them know what's taking place with our emergencies here, particularly on the island of St. John. No alibis. You may proceed, sir. My apologies.
Oh, quite all right. Thank you, sir. Okay, again, good morning, Senator Gittens, Chairman, Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Other committee members and members of the 35th Legislature, legislative staff, and those in the viewing and listening audience. I am Stephen M. de Blasio, Sr., Assistant Director of the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency. With me today, I have my Deputy Director of Operations, Mr. Bruce Kelly, and Deputy Director of Logistics, Asim Fret. Thank you for allowing us to come before you today and provide information regarding 911 communication services related to public safety and security on the island of St. John. As in every jurisdiction throughout the country, our 911 call center is a critical operation necessary to provide swift response to the residents of the territory who are in need of emergency assistance. We have two fully operational 911 call centers, one in St. Thomas and one on St. Croix. Each center is staffed 24/7, 365, where they receive emergency calls, collect data and triage incidents, determine what resources are needed, and appropriately dispatch fire EMS, VIPD, or other resources available as needed to the scene. Regarding staffing, we have a total of 16 dispatchers on St. Thomas and 19 on St. Croix. We also have a recent pool of applicants for call center operators on both islands and hope to onboard new staff within the next 60 days, of course, depending on the results of the interview and screening processes. Currently, we operate the call centers with a minimum of 4 staff per center per shift, working in 8-hour shifts. It would be worthy to note that the 8-hour shifts is in existence right now on St. Thomas. We remain with 12-hour shifts on St. Croix. We have been working assiduously over the past several years to address historical concerns with 911 calls rolling over and low staffing numbers. In 2022, we upgraded our phone technology to the current industry operating standards to include a new CAD RMS system, which is a computer-aided dispatch record management system. This allows for real-time sharing of call and dispatch information between both districts and has aided in minimizing rollovers. As we are here today to discuss the public safety needs of St. John in particular, we recognize that there are some challenges within our system. We know that intimate familiarization with the landscape and neighborhoods of St. John is helpful when dispatching emergency assistance. Although anyone residing on any island in our territory is free to join our staff, we do not have currently any St. Johnian representation in our call center staff. To offset this, we have arranged for our St. Thomas call center staff to partake in ride-alongs with our public safety partners, in particular fire EMS, in St. John to familiarize them with the island. We have at least 2 such ride-alongs scheduled for February and anticipate, as new staff is onboarded, that this effort will continue. The next ride-along that we will be doing is actually tomorrow, February the 1st, 2024. In addition, we know that many cell phone callers in St. John have difficulty with cell tower signal, and in fact, callers on the farthest ends of St. John from Coral Bay onward routinely bounce off cell towers in the British Virgin Islands. Obviously, this poses a challenge for those needing 911 assistance. We have provided a direct number that is 340-776-9110 that can be called in those instances, which goes directly into the 911 call center. It is important to note, however, that unless calling from a landline or a cell phone with a signal, callers who do not have the necessary signal strength may not be able to dial that number directly. In those instances where 911 is the only option but goes to the BVI, we have a standing agreement with the BVI Emergency Call Center that if and when a 911 call is received by them from St. Thomas or St. John, they have a protocol in place to immediately transfer the call to the ECC on St. Thomas. In conclusion, Senator Gittens, Vitima appreciates, as always, and supports the efforts of this body to address and support the island of St. John, and we will continue to train and develop our staff to be effective, efficient in the execution of their critical duties. Thank you. My team and I stand ready to answer any questions that this committee may have to the best of our ability.
Thank you, Assistant Director. And that's why we have able assistants and deputies and whatnot. I neglected to recognize my colleague all the way from St. Croix, Senator Maurice James. I just automatically thought that you were a member of this committee. But thank you for being here with us. And my apologies, but I'm happy that Assistant Director de Blasio recognized Deputy Directors Kelly and Mr. Fred. Again, I apologize. So we'll move to Virgin Islands Fire Service for your testimony.
Justice, and public safety.
Yeah, you're going to get used to this too, so pull that close.
Other distinguished committee members and the listening and viewing audience, I am Antonio Stevens, Acting Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. Appearing with me are Mr. Clarence Stevenson, Fire Chief of the St. Thomas St. John District, Mr. Magabi Kalix, Deputy Chief of Operations for St. John, and Mr. Victor Adams, EMS Chief of the St. Thomas St. John District. Thank you for the opportunity to update this committee on our facilities and services on St. John. I will provide testimony on behalf of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service, and the chiefs will join me in answering any questions you may have. On the island of St. John, we provide emergency response from 3 facilities: the Robert O'Connor Fire Station in Cruz Bay, the Coral Bay Fire Station, and the Maurice de Castro Clinic. We provide a medical response from the clinic and an all-hazard response, which includes fire and EMS from the fire stations. VIF EMS operates both stations and a modular facility that houses our administrative and prevention offices on St. John. The Robert O'Connor Fire Station was severely damaged during the 2017 hurricane and is slated to be replaced with funding from FEMA's Public Assistance Program. Funding has been obligated and the project is currently in the design phase. The station is presently housed in a modular facility installed after the storms. The Coral Bay Fire Station has been repaired since the hurricanes, and shutters will be installed to further harden the structure. The modular in which our administrative and prevention offices are located was recently replaced and is currently in good condition. Our operations in St. John mirror those on St. Croix and St. Thomas. Fire and EMS personnel and resources are assigned to and deployed from strategically located facilities to ensure timely response with ambulances and fire apparatuses stationed in both Cruz Bay and Coral Bay. We can provide prompt response to fire and EMS calls on both sides of the island. Recent upgrades to our fleet have enhanced our response capabilities on St. John. With the assistance of this body, we were able to procure new apparatuses, several of which are in service on the island. Two of our newest fire trucks were specifically designed to navigate St. John's terrain and have proven to be an asset to our operations. Fire personnel responding to a recent fire found it less challenging to traverse narrow roadways and gain access to the fire scene. The expansion of our marine fleet is also expected to yield benefits for the island of St. John. Our fireboat is currently in construction and is expected to be completed this year. Although its primary use will be for marine firefighting and rescue operations, it may also be used to transport a patient in the event the Star of Life, our EMS vessel, is unavailable. As there's no hospital on St. John, we provide transport to St. Thomas for EMS and non-EMS patients requiring hospital care. Other operational improvements are expected on St. John as several of our personnel work to complete EMS training and licensure. Through the partnership with Love City Strong, 2 of our employees traveled to the mainland to attend Howard County Fire Rescue's paramedic program. They are excelling in their studies and are expected to graduate this summer. The Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service remains committed to improving the service we provide to the territory's citizens and visitors, and that includes the residents and visitors of St. John. I thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. The chiefs and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Assistant Director. We'll move to St. Thomas Rescue, St. John Rescue.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present a little bit about what St. John Rescue does and what our qualifications are. St. John Rescue has been providing basic life support, which is CPR, AED training, and EMR, emergency medical responder training, which was formerly known as first responder training, for over 20 years. We have provided basic life support training.
Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to speak more directly into the mic because you're sounding a little muffled. Thank you.
We have provided BLS training to the staff at Myra Keating Smith Community Health Center, VIPD, Fire Emergency Medical Services, National Park Service, and several church groups, boat captains, and so forth. We have partnered with the Friends of the National Park to provide lifeguarding classes on the island of St. John. We have recently instituted a junior rescue program through the efforts of our board liaison, Jackie Brown, and our executive director, Valerie Hewitt, who are here in attendance, and through a grant from the Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands. Coincidentally, the first meeting with the children will be this afternoon at 5 o'clock, if all are invited. St. John Rescue is a certified American Safety and Health Institute, HSI, and an American Red Cross, ARC, training center. And our instructors are HSI, ARC, and National Association of EMS Educators, NEMC, certified. St. John Rescue's full-time professional educator, who is Brett Huntley, who's sitting in the audience, is also a nationally certified paramedic He has brought St. John Rescue into compliance with all applicable local and national standards. He also responds to calls with us as a volunteer. We are in the process of establishing, hopefully by the end of 2024, early 2025, an EMT program for the island of St. John. We are the only agency on St. John that can provide emergency medical oxygen. We have a new state-of-the-art emergency oxygen concentrator that we were able to purchase with what we thought was CDBG funds, which we were approved for CDBG funds, and then that was in 2022. Currently, we still don't have those funds. We're still working with the agency, with VI Housing Finance Authority, to acquire those funds. It's a little bit of a back and forth, but we hope that we can cover our expenses. We actually purchased the item with our savings and from donations from the public. St. John Rescue also maintains AEDs, automated external defibrillators, on the island of St. John. We have distributed them to various places, including churches, places of with tourist attractions, and places of gathering where people gather. All of our EMRs or EMTs are provided with an AED and a trauma kit. We also operate 4 emergency vehicles and 2 rescue boats. One of our vehicles is new. It was purchased with the help of a private donation. However, one of our vehicles, a 2006 SUV, is in very bad condition. The roof leaks. The equipment in there has to be covered at all times, and it's really not safe to drive. Our previous vehicles, the 2002 F450 rescue vehicle and the 2006 Expedition, were purchased when former Senator Rocky Liebert convinced the senators that they needed to put up some money, and they were able to provide funding for us to purchase the vehicles. So just throwing out a hint.
Duly noted.
It's in the record, correct? St. John operates out of a state-of-the-art building, which we built, again, with CDBG grants. And I don't know if he's still here, but Ian Samuel was instrumental in getting us that financing. He was the person behind us all who pushing us, and we were able to get actually 2 grants, one to purchase land and one to build the building. We've been in it now for about 3 years. In cooperation with Pine Peace Mini Mart, Starfish Market, Dolphin Market, the members of St. John Rescue, along with one of the police officers on St. John, were able to provide hot meals on Christmas Day for the staff at Myra Keating, for fire service, for police department, and for Customs and Border Patrol. And then we went down to Coral Bay and provided Christmas meals for the homeless on Coral Bay. On Three Kings Day, St. John Rescue partnered with Fire Service and with Police Department, and we distributed toys and new bicycles to children at Bellevue and Calabash Boom. We also partnered, as it was brought up earlier, we partnered with Love City Strong to help support them in their support of the 2 FEMS EMTs who are up in the States now being trained as paramedics. And finally, St. John Rescue is the only agency on the island of St. John, or in the Virgin Islands, that has 6 public safety divers. They were just certified this Sunday, and they will be training more, so they'll be able to work with the police department to obtain evidence underwater in case of a crime, if there's a crime involved. That's pretty much all that St. John Rescue does. There's a couple of things we'd like to do besides purchasing another vehicle, and that we have on plans to purchase 10 portable oxygen concentrators. We'd like to have these in stock so we can provide those with residents of St. John who are in need of oxygen, who cannot afford to purchase them. Again, these funds from CDBG are holding up this purchase. We cannot purchase them until those funds are released. We're working with the agency, and hopefully we'll get these funds released shortly. And the last thing we would like to purchase would be a Lucas automatic CPR device that we keep in one of our rescue vehicles. Again, I thank you all for the opportunity to present our case, and if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Virgin Islands Police Department.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. The Virgin Islands Police Department was subpoenaed to be here, and as such, we are available to answer any questions this committee may have.
Commissioner, I must note that the subpoena was clear on the information that the committee requests, and we should have had testimony regarding information relating to police operations, policy procedures, and initiatives relative to the community's safety and security, and to provide an overview of public safety and security on the island of St. John in order to facilitate a constructive and collaborative discussion here this morning. So I must express my disappointment of not having a testimony rather than just fielding questions. We'll just proceed since you don't have that testimony, and I'll proceed over to the private citizens. I'm sorry, Dr. Pull the mic to you, Dr. Smith.
Uh-huh.
Pull it closest to you, so you.
Right
okay,
here? Are you able to hear me now?
I can hear you.
Perfect. Good morning, Honorable Chairman Kenneth Gittens and the senators on the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, and all others that are present. Thank you so much for inviting CBCC again to participate in this series of hearings. I am Dr. Monica Miller-Smith, the new Executive Director of the Coral Bay Community Council, also known as CBCC. The Coral Bay Community Council is a nonprofit organization established in 2003 by volunteer residents with the purpose of acting as a community advocate, government liaison, and trusted information and research source. As a watershed management association, CBCC seeks to address threats to water quality in Coral Bay and the sub-watersheds that contribute to it. For today, I would like to testify about the St. John's community's concerns for the safety of our residents and visitors, and I would like to discuss a few topics, and I'm going to start with improved communication between police and community members. Our organization participates in the St. John Citizen Integration Team, also known as the CIT. This is a long-standing group that meets monthly with the island administrator, police, and justice officials to discuss safety concerns. Recently, the St. John CIT held its meeting on Wednesday, January 17th at 5:30 p.m. at the St. John Rescue Building, and unfortunately, there were not any representatives from the police department present. Opportunities for open communication with the police are needed and valued by community members. These meetings provide a forum for residents, organizations, and business owners to establish ongoing conversation about safety concerns and issues. When police officials are not in attendance, they are unable to participate and contribute to the discussions. Also, there becomes a decline in communication and addressing community concerns. Citizens care about this forum and want to have the police present at the meetings. The next topic that I want to discuss is
before you go to the next topic, we have a copy of your testimony.
We do. You should.
Okay.
If not, I do have an additional copy in my bag that I can retrieve for you.
Yeah, can you give it to my staffer so that we can have a
Okay.
copy, please.
Give me one moment.
The committee will recess for 2 minutes. 2 minutes. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Wednesday, January 31st, 2024 is back on record. Dr. Smith, you may proceed. You're on what, page 2?
I am on page 2,
Okay.
right at the top.
Where at?
At the very top.
Okay, top of page 2, colleagues. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. The next topic I was going to discuss was undocumented immigrants. This was mentioned at the last hearing, and it continues to be a community concern. Since the last hearing, several residents and businesses have shared personal stories about interactions with undocumented immigrants. Last week, I spent time visiting with community members and just having conversations. One individual I spoke with has had 4 encounters with groups of undocumented immigrants at what she believes is a designated pickup location at her place of employment. She expressed concern about being alone and feeling uncomfortable. Upon arriving at work early one morning, specifically on January 10th, there was a group of women, children, and men sitting at the picnic tables. The community member believes that they were Haitian, as one of the women asked her if she spoke French. They asked for water, and she provided them with a few to share, and shortly after, a vehicle picked up the group. During each occurrence that the community member shared with me, she did not know what to expect from the people or the vehicles that were retrieving the undocumented immigrants. Another report that was shared with me was from a Coral Bay resident that frequents Brown Bay Trail. She has also encountered undocumented immigrants on the trail and has noticed discarded clothes on the trail. Based on observations, she believes that what's happening is that they are having to change out of wet clothes from their journey, and so then they're discarding them on the trail along with additional trash. Since her encounters with the group, she no longer feels safe doing her daily runs on the trail alone. And other residents that have also frequented the trail have also expressed concerns about the trash, clothes, and just with the fact that they just don't feel safe using the trail. Another safety concern that is related to the undocumented immigrants is their journey to St. John, which probably often involves swimming in the ocean to get to shore at any time of the day, which can be extremely dangerous, especially if it's done at night and during harsh weather conditions. The other thing that to be mindful of is what happens if a person is not a good swimmer. Sometimes they're traveling with children, as well as very, very small children. So the journey, if someone isn't a competent swimmer and if the conditions are harsh, could become fatal. The next topic is traffic safety. Road lines and arrows are needed throughout St. John. They are needed to create proper separation of the road. On April 20th, a Coral Bay resident and her guests were leaving a restaurant. They were passing Ajax Peak Road right before the Colombo stand and near where North Shore Road comes in. There are no lines on the center or sides of the road in that area. It was 9:15 p.m. when a drunk driver came directly towards the car. She saw the driver coming towards her, and at the last minute, she swerved. The driver hit the front corner of her car, but ended up behind them. 2 out of 4 people that were in the vehicle ended up at the clinic with chest pains and a cut on the leg. Both injuries were not serious, but the trauma left behind is long-lasting. Also, it took the driver 7 months to get her car back, and she still does not drive at night. The driver shared with me that the main issue was definitely that the other driver was intoxicated, but she also believes that the road lines would have helped the person to stay on their side of the road. Lines are also needed to help tourists as well as new people that move to an island navigate driving in an unfamiliar place. I used to live on Nevis and in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and I recall when I moved to the island, I had to navigate the roads and drive on the left side of the road, which was very new to me. I appreciated the occasional keep left signs and road lines, and I loved that the keep left signs were often in the rental vehicles as well. On St. John, our roads are narrow and very they're very narrow as well as windy. And tourists are driving cars they do not know on the wrong side of the road. The community members and others have reported seeing tourists drive on the center of the road and move left when there's an area with lines. They need as much help as they can. Also, locals need help too at night. The next topic that I'd like to discuss is increase in resources and opportunities for youth. Several months ago, CBCC was contacted regarding a project that had a climate resiliency workforce development component. There was a focus on the creation, placement, and support for jobs that enhance climate resiliency and water resources. Unfortunately, we decided not to pursue the project due to this not being a huge career or field interest on St. John. After passing on the project, I started to have conversations about the existence of youth programs that provided youth exposure to climate change, climate resiliency, along with other science-related fields. My research took me to the University of the Virgin Islands. So last Friday, I had the pleasure of meeting with Dr. Kim Waddell and Greg Lunal at the university, and we discussed STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, climate resiliency, and marine biology educational resources and opportunity for Virgin Islands youth. I learned more about the programs offered through the university and the presence of UVI on St. John. They shared information about the VI Education Resource Station and talked about the programs and camps that once operated at the facility. I shared with them my desire to offer science-related education program and resources to St. John youth. I personally believe that if you plant seeds early, then interest and a desire to learn more will begin to blossom. This also actively engages youth in their communities. It can help them with being less inclined to follow a negative path, and it encourages their peers and other community members to do the same. I'm proud to share that CBCC is currently working on developing a watershed education program. The focus of the program is to educate Virgin Islands youth on how the watershed they live in can impact them and be protected. To bring the program to fruition, we will be seeking support to assist us with delivering a successful program. My long-term goal is to see a shift in St. John youth pursuing college degrees and careers in science-related fields, such as climate change, climate resiliency, and marine biology, and that in turn, they will invest in their community and help to preserve the natural resources and ecosystems within the Virgin Islands. Further, I believe and hope that they create sustainable global models that can be replicated in other habitats that are like our territory. The next topic I want to discuss is mental health disorders. This is a multifaceted issue that is rather complex. Personally, my family has navigated this issue a few times with family members, and it is a tough road to embark on, with numerous barriers and hurdles. It is not a simple path, and resources vary by community. However, when people are a danger to themselves or others, it is something that cannot be ignored. Many Coral Bay residents have shared their concern with the resident that is living at the Coral Bay waste bin site. While I do not know the historical context of this person's life or how the individual ended up at the site, I do know that the individual is currently in possession of a BB gun. And community members have expressed concern regarding the person having this particular gun at the site. There have also been reports of the person having intense verbal interactions with people that stop at the site when they are simply just trying to get rid of trash and recycling. Communities everywhere have people that have daily challenges with mental health. According to the National Institute of Mental Health, it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 U.S. adults live with a mental illness, which equates to 57.8 million people. I believe that it would be advantageous to any community, especially the St. John community, if there were medical resources available for all people that are struggling with mental health disorders. Speaking from personal experience with this issue, it is important that resources are readily available that provide continuous support to the person struggling with the disorder and the person's family. When mental health disorders go untreated, the issues are often exacerbated. As a community, we also need to make sure that we are increasing awareness about mental health and combating negative perceptions about mental health disorders. It is a public issue that can affect anyone. Thank you again for the invitation to speak at the hearing today, and I look forward to potential future discussions about improvements.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Next, we'll hear from former Senator Wesselhoff. You may proceed.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Good morning to all senators present, testifiers, members, and persons in the listening and viewing audience. Thank you for the opportunity to come back and testify again. Since our last hearing, I would like to commend the Department of Public Safety because they have made some arrests in some of the burglaries we've been having on St. John. I'll also like to commend them because I've seen an increase in their presence, especially in the downtown area. And I've also seen that they had a stop and search. I don't know what you call your, what you call it, how you term it, but I call it a stop and search. They had 2 pop-up stop and search, one in Cruz Bay and one in Coral Bay. That doesn't mean that the St. John residents are not still uncomfortable, still have in the back of their minds, still being vigilant, because I am a taxi driver and that one incident still hasn't been solved. So we are still remaining vigilant and still have in the back of our minds that it hasn't gone away. But I'd like to commend you because I have seen a change, and I was hoping to hear from the police commissioner today of any other updates that have taken place or any changes since we have last been here, because I'm hearing through the grapevine that we should be getting a new detective on board for St. John, and I must commend you for that if that is in fact true. Another concern that I had is that we didn't have a forensic officer on St. John, especially when someone lose a member of their family or there is a death on St. John. We have to wait until someone comes from St. Thomas before they can take the deceased person out of the homes. But I'm hearing also that we may have a forensic officer station on St. John, so hopefully the commissioner will speak to that. Also, I'd just like to ask or put on the record or find out from Mr. de Blasio. Did I say that right? Yes. Okay, good. You said something about the 911 ride along. And I'm glad to hear that that was another concern because we have police officers coming from St. Thomas, even fire and EMS coming from St. Thomas that doesn't know St. John the way they should. So that's something that should be passed on to the other agencies where they do a ride along so they could familiarize themselves with St. John. I'll also like to ask Mr. de Blasio, as I listen to the testimony, and this can be discussed later, how does St. John Rescue fit in? What's your protocol for St. John Rescue? Because when are they notified or when are they allowed to come out and assist fire and EMS? That's very important because I know of some incidents where they are there on standby but can't act because they weren't called or allowed to participate or help save someone's life. So I'd like to put that, have you put that on the record as well. I'd like to also put on the record, or let Mr. Malbranch, did I say that right? Malcarney, that I am on the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority Board, and I was there when you got your money for your land and your building, and I will look in to find out where your funding is to complete or to purchase what you need. But Senator Gittins, I'll just like to say, I don't have much to say today, but I'd like to just commend what I have seen so far. I've seen some changes. I've seen, like I say, more police presence. And St. John still will remain vigilant and being careful not leaving keys in vehicle and trying to do our part as far as protecting our community and keeping it safe. And I'd like to say, on the busiest cruise ship day, you have me here testifying. This is how important it is. I am a taxi ambassador and a taxi driver. And that's why you don't see James Penn here today, because he is out there doing what I am about to go and do. So thank you for the opportunity, and I will remain in case you have any questions, but as soon as you can dismiss me, I'll be through the door. Thank you for this opportunity, Senator.
And thank you for putting your thoughts on record. Thank you for seeing that this is important as much as you're making money. Your safety is of the utmost importance as well. Point of information, Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Respectfully, I'm just asking if at some point the previous speaker, if they can just submit that in writing so we can have understanding of what was mentioned on the floor today so we can follow the conversation. just kindly ask if that could be possible.
Yes, duly noted. I will ask her to make sure that that's reduced to us, please. Please recognize the mic of former Senator Wesselhoff. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Senator Gittins, Senator James, I will submit it in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your commendation to the Virgin Islands Police Department, as I too have seen an increase in hearing the updates and whatnot. And this is simply what we've been asking for and wanted to see. So we wholeheartedly embrace that, and I too salute them with what's taking place thus far. Thank you. So what we'll do now, Mr. Point of 1 second, Senator Bolkes. Mr. Hanley here? Okay. Are you going to provide your testimony? We have the testimony. So you want to do it now, or you want to wait until? Okay. Sergeant Adams, security, please bring in Mr. Hanley. You could seat him next to the St. John Deputy Chief. And after Mr. Hanley will proceed to your point of personal privilege, we'll take a short recess to use the restroom and then come back for the discussion by my colleagues.
Alarm fast. I'm getting ready to do that. I'm getting ready to pull the mic down. This is good? Okay.
Put your name on the record first. Welcome. Let me make sure that that mic is working. Your name?
Patrick Anthony Hanley is my name.
Okay. Thank you. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Good day, Senator Gittins. Good day, Senator Gittins, all other senators and distinguished guests present, as well as greetings to my fellow St. Johnians. My name is Patrick Anthony Hanley. I've been a resident of St. John since 1985. During this time, I have never encountered any unpleasant situations with our police officers. I have great respect and admiration for police officers. I believe this came about from when I was around the age of 5 years. My aunt had one of those old-time sewing machines, you know, the kind that you use your feet to pedal in order for it to sew. She made it look so easy and fun that after observing her skills, I decided I could do the same. So I went on the pedal. I started pedaling away, not concerned as to where I was placing my fingers. The next thing I know, I was experiencing lots of pain, accompanied where I started pedaling away, not concerned as to where I was placing my fingers. Next thing I know, I was experiencing lots of pain, accompanied with lots of blood, my blood. My finger was caught under the needle, and as I pedaled, the needle broke off into my finger. Everyone within earshot of my screaming came running to my assistance, trying to take this needle out and failing at it. But fortunately, God sent a police officer at the same time who was able to extract the needle in one pull, giving immediate relief to everyone, especially me. The pain and punctured marks have long disappeared, but my respect for police officers lingers unto this day. This may seem simple to some, but that was a big deal to me, a 5-year-old. I'm just trying to give you an understanding of where my respect and admiration for police officers stem from. These days, we have lost respect for our police officers, probably for many different reasons, but we must remember that these individuals help save lives. These individuals help protect us in our communities. These individuals put their lives on the line for us each and every day. I got to repeat that. These individuals put their lives on the line for us each and every day. Police officers are the ones with the boots on the ground, as you yourself were, Chairman Giddens. At this very moment, we are here in this beautiful Senate building where our laws are made, and right next door, the individuals who enforce the laws are working in deplorable conditions. It's a shame and a blatant disrespect for us to treat our protectors in such a disgraceful manner. It's obvious to see that all four sides of the police building is an eyesore. But more importantly, the building is deteriorating. I've been in the reception area of the building as a citizen trying to make a complaint, and it was unpleasant and unbearably hot. That was over a year ago, and to date, the air condition is still not working in that area. I personally feel that the condition of this building creates a negative psychological effect on these officers, which adds to a deterioration of morale, whether these officers realize it or not. It's a disrespect to the residents of this beautiful community. It's embarrassing for our tourists and visitors to have to come and see. It's also discouraging for our young individuals, especially living on St. John, who may be aspiring to become officers and work out of this same building. I do remember that we have a Noise Pollution Act in place. It's a law. At this time, I'm going to read from the 2019 U.S. Virgin Islands Code, Title 19. Health, Part 6, Regulatory Provisions Concerning Public Health, Chapter 62, which is Noise Pollution Control. There are 3 sections that I'd like to identify, and I'll comment after each one. 1, it's unlawful to operate a sound-producing device that creates noise and disturbance. In my area, on almost a daily basis, we experience loud noises and disturbances caused by different kinds of vehicles, particularly heavy equipment vehicles with loud mufflers. 2, it's unlawful to discharge a firearm in a repetitive and continuous manner in a residential zone or within 500 feet of a residential zone. Also in my area, we have experienced gunshots in succession, mostly late at night. However, I'd like to say that a neighbor and myself, we took the situation to the police station and filed a complaint. I'm happy to report that the officers came up with a plan to curb the behavior. They came up with the plan, implemented the plan, and since that time, we have never heard any gunshot going off in the neighborhood, and that's almost a year now, thanks to the officers. I will just close and said, this concludes my remarks. I would like to hereby thank this body for giving me the opportunity to air some of my grievances concerning public safety issues that exist, particularly here in St. John. I trust that we'll soon begin to experience positive changes and address these and other issues, resulting in a safer and more peaceful paradise. Chairman Giddens, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hanley, for your testimony and for noting the job that our police officers do on a daily basis to protect and serve us, and that they put their lives on the line each and every day. Thank you for that recognition. No, you're excused. Thank you. At this time, I'll recognize Senator Angel Bolquez Jr. for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I ask for a point of personal privilege to wish condolences to the families of Andromeda V. Powell and Alan Jackson, longtime St. Johnians who have recently passed on. So I ask for a moment of silence on their behalf, on behalf of their family and friends.
Thank you. Please stand, moment of silence. Thank you. At this time, the committee will take 6-minute recess. Recess for 6 minutes. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Wednesday, January 31st, 2024 is back on record. We have one more testifier to present, being Ms. Barry. If you can put your name on the record and proceed with your testimony. Thank
Good
you.
morning, Myrtle.
Move that bottle.
Good morning.
Remove that bottle, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Myrtle Barry, concerned people of the Virgin Islands, St. John chapter. Good morning, Senator Gittins, distinguished guests. I'm not sure what's going to be repeated from the previous meeting because there was a lot of valuable information that was
Just
shared.
read what's in your testimony, and that will be sufficient. Thank you.
Okay, so prior to the increased police presence, there were times when only 2 officers are present on a shift on St. John. There are times when surveillance cameras are still not working. These incidents should never happen. Adequate staffing and maintenance should be top priorities supporting law enforcement efforts. It is publicly known that the hotspot for criminal activity is on the street between Longboard and the U.S. Post Office. It is so bad that they hold up traffic at will during evening. What is being done to curtail criminal activity in this area? Individuals with connections should not be allowed to make a call that threatens or compromises officers' job or authority. Who are these people? Such acts instill fear and seek to distort law enforcement efforts. The entire VIPD team, especially leadership, must stand with integrity regardless of who calls. Arrested individuals seem to be walking through a revolving door. Perpetrators and repeat offenders are continually released without conviction. This is frustrating for the community. What is hindering conviction? The community and officers know these individuals are guilty. What is the leadership issues that are restricting the burden of proof? Can the VIPD leadership benefit from training update and upgrade? The criminals have stepped up their game. VIPD cannot afford to fall behind and fail the community they serve. When was the last leadership update, and what was the focus material? Was it helpful or effectual? On November 12, 2023, a team of VIPD personnel, officers, arrived at my business to report and collect evidence for a break-in that took place at 2:30 a.m. We were professionally questioned. Useful suggestions were made by the VIPD team, and forensic evidence was collected. Today, as I speak, forensic results were still not processed. Is this why crimes remain unsolved? The processing of evidence is key to solving crime, and forensic science technology is leading in solving crimes nationally and internationally. A felony was committed. Today, I must ask who or what organization is hired by the VIPD or the VI government to process our forensic evidence. What is the average wait period? The VIPD leadership needs a forensic contractor that values the interests of the people of the Virgin Islands and provides results. In conclusion, there seems to be a cocktail of criminal opportunists plaguing the Virgin Islands. If crimes are not solved, perpetrators will thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barry. Also, allow me to recognize the presence of committee member Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Welcome. At this time, we will have a 5-minute round, and I will state who speaks first in a minute. Assistant Director de Blasio, it appears that you anticipated my inquiry regarding St. Jonians working in the emergency 911 call center. In the meantime, I love the idea of the ride-along program. You said this is set to start when? Tomorrow?
We have already begun that. We've done one round already. Tomorrow is actually going to be round 2, and then again in February will be round 3. So we're going to continue this because, you know, there is a lot of staff change there, new folks coming and going, you know, the other folks leaving. So this is going to be a regular thing. We combine with the fire EMS folks are kind enough to actually basically facilitate these drive-arounds. So it's a very good program.
You said round 3 in February. You know tomorrow is February, right?
Yeah, well, tomorrow will be round 2, and then again in early February we have a third one scheduled. So, and we will continue to do that.
Okay. And you also spoke to the number of active dispatchers and a recent pool of applicants. How many applicants are we talking about per district?
I don't know exactly how many. Generally, well, they're different from the 2 districts, of course. I don't know if my Deputy Director Kelly knows exactly how many applicants were.
So I will ask for you to produce that to the committee. I don't want these these quick responses that's just like an empty bucket. I need to know exactly how many applicants we have, broken down by island, and where are they in the process? All right, because oftentimes we hear of a whole bunch of applicants and we're conducting interviews, and then months gone by, we hear nothing, and then only to hear, oh, we didn't get an allotment from OMB or something like that, and everything is on a standstill. We want to make sure that there's movements on this. So kindly produce that to the committee.
Will do, sir.
Thank you. This time I'll start with the first 5-minute round. We'll start with Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Sorry about that.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I thought about third. First of all, welcome to the professionals. Thank you for being here. VIPD Commissioner and the team, good to see you guys. A lot of concerns went out from the public of St. John in regards to issues that they have. Commissioner Martinez, especially in regards to communications between the police department and the public. Have you had any meetings, or what strategies do you have in place to improve on communications here in St. John between the police department and the general public as a whole?
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning.
The Virgin Islands Police Department, through its CIT, its Citizen Integration Team, as well as the Deputy Chief of St. John and the Commander, have had a number of meetings with various agencies throughout St. John. Now, truth be told, we can always do better. There have been 1 or 2 meetings that our personnel have missed. But for the most part, and if you will allow me, I'll allow Deputy Chief Brown to expound on it even more. But we have had a number of meetings with the St. John community. Deputy Chief Brown?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Your question was about
In regards to what you have in place, processes regarding communication building between the general public and the police department, phone numbers, next meetings coming up, addressing the concerns, going to the locations and physically looking at some of these things, making notes, and getting back to them. Some of those kind of things.
Well, in addition to what the commissioner stated about the CIT meetings, we do have some community resource officers that went around the business area, the Cruz Bay business area, obtaining names. And,
What are those officers' names? You say you have some resource officers' names?
Correct.
Correct. The public knows their names. You could put their names on the record.
Oh, sure. Ms. Hickson, Ms. Thomas.
Ms. Nixon, you said?
Hickson.
Yes.
Ms. Abraham.
Thomas.
And Ms. Fasal.
Thomas. Hickson, Thomas, Persant?
Fasal.
Fasal? Okay.
Yes, sir. We have a list of all of the owners' names and telephone numbers. Went around the Cruz Bay business area again. Officers that walk the beat are encouraged to make contact with the business owners.
How do we get in contact with those CIT officers? You have phone number for them? Or for how to get contact with them?
So CSOs, you can contact 693-8880, the police station.
693-8880. Good. Okay.
Yes. Ask for any of the supervisors on duty at the time, or the commander, Captain Colburn, who unfortunately is away at this time at training in Colorado, freezing her self off.
Okay. So thank you for that. So to get in contact with the CIT, CIT stands for Community.
No, the CSOs, that's the officers, civilian staff, who are, they supplement us in terms of community relations. Excuse me.
Right, so CIT stands for what?
The CIT is a community
1
integrated
minute.
team.
Community integrated team.
That
Okay,
meets
so I
once
can
a
call.
month. That meets once a month at the rescue headquarters.
Okay, so I can call them at 340-693-8880.
No, you can call the C.
Yeah, see, and that's
Yeah,
what
there's
I'm
two.
saying.
It's two
That's what I
different
wanted to
entities
get
we're
it straight.
talking about. It's two different entities.
Excuse me one second.
Yeah.
That's why I'm trying to get it straight for the community. Because again, I know the police department number, but I'm just saying.
The number for the CIT is what you want?
How to get in contact with the CIT that will help improve communication for the community and the police collaboration.
1 second. Bob?
Good afternoon. I could give you the chairperson of the CIT after the meeting. She.
Thank you, sir. But no, I want to hear from VIPD. I want.
It's his meeting, his building. I don't know the number to his building.
Right. What I'm
Rescue.
saying
Time.
is, if I may just wrap up, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
What I'm saying is, the community has said they don't have a problem with rescue. The community has said that they have issues with VIPD. So the commissioner has said he has a team addressing it. You're the deputy chief for St. John. I would like for the information so people here taking notes would know how do I call to ask CIT to address mental health issues with persons, to address traffic issues, to address that. Who do I call, what phone number, and who shall I ask for just to set up a meeting with them, in addition to Mr. Bob's phone meeting?
Once again, Senator, we seem to be having a little disconnect here. The CIT is a community integrated team.
Right.
Okay. We meet once a month at rescue headquarters. Miss, what's her name? The lady there. Yeah, Miss Beckstein, Linda Beckstein. She is the, I would say, basically the team leader. And to get in touch with her, that's what I'm saying. It's not a police-led initiative. It's community. And Ms. Beckstein is in charge. And that's why I was asking Bob to give a number for Ms. Beckstein.
Okay, I could just hold it there so I don't kill my time. It just sounds confusing. Again,
No, there are two, Senator, you fail to understand, there are two separate entities. The CITs and the CSOs have nothing to do with each other. They're totally separate.
Right, so I would, just to wrap up, Mr. Chair, I'm trying to get information for VIPD. The issue, the complaints are to VIPD. So I would just want, so we could give numbers that people can call, the public can call, just to, and then someone from VIPD would get back to them. That's all I'm trying to establish.
That's what I'm saying, 693-8880 is a direct number to the police.
340-693-8880.
That's the number to the police station.
Okay, good. Thank you, Deputy Chief. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before your point of inquiry, so that's 693-8880
Yes,
to
sir.
the St. John Police Station.
Yes, sir.
That's to be able to reach not only VIPD, but the CSOs, but not the CIT.
That is correct.
Okay, good. So, Mr. Bob, for the CIT, which is the Community Integrated Team, what number would individuals call?
Okay, I have her name. Her name is Linda Beckstein. I don't have her phone number on me right now, but I can provide it if needed.
Okay, so this is important information. If we're saying that these are the individuals or entities that people are to reach out to, we need a name and number. So hopefully, before we conclude today, for the Community Integrated Team, we could have a number for Miss, what's her name?
Linda Beckstein.
Linda Beckstein.
Right.
All right, good. So we're clear now on how to reach the CSOs. Point of inquiry, Senator Franklin Johnson.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all. My point of inquiry really goes back to Coral Bay Community Council testimony when she said that they had a meeting, and I'm trying to find out if you invited the police department in writing or by contact, and if you did, who did you submit your letter to? And then from the police department, I'd like to know why a response at least didn't go to this young lady as to why someone didn't show up to the meeting. But first from you. Wait, hold on.
The meeting that I made reference to was the CIT meeting that took place at the St. John Rescue Building on January 17th. So this is a meeting that one of our representatives from our organization attends every single month. The last meeting that was held on the 17th, community members were there, but there were not any representatives from the police department in attendance at the CIT meeting.
So then the follow-up would be, does normally a police officer attends these meetings on a regular basis?
They do attend, but there have been times that they don't attend. But I guess my question is, if there isn't going to be...
Okay, no, hold a question at this time.
Okay.
Let me ask. The Community Integrated Team, who is responsible for this team?
So once again, this is a team that they just said Linda Beckstein, correct?
And
is the person...
So Ms. Beckstein is not here, and there's no one here that could speak for Ms. Beckstein, correct? Or can you speak for her?
No, sir, I cannot speak for Ms. Beckstein.
Okay, Assistant Director de Blasio, are you part of this CIT?
Yes, sir. As a VITEMA person, yes. The purpose of the community integration team was started back under the Young administration to enhance the relationships between PD and other government entities and the community. So we have representation from multiple sources, and 99 times out of 100, PD is represented there. They are usually the focus of attention because we talk parking issues, we talk drive.
So stop there. Who sends out the notices for these meetings?
Linda Beckstein sends the notice reminding all of us every month that we're going to have the meeting. It's once a month, as was noted at St. John Rescue. I myself did not make the very most recent meeting due to holidays and other.
And Ms. Beckstein is not here, so I don't want to beat a dead horse.
No. And I can provide you her email and her phone number, sir. I do have that. Not at my fingertips.
We will definitely reach out to Ms. Beckstein. because I remember the creation of the CAT, and it is supposed to work, make better relations between especially our emergency service agencies and the community. So thank you, Senator Johnson, for that, but I really need to get the clarity from CIT and how they notify, and what we could do is also ask for their attendance. Thank you, and I think that concluded the minority leader's first 5 minutes. Senator Johnson, you're actually recognized. Yeah, you're recognized, and then Senator Bolkes. You pull in seniority?
No. Good morning to all. Good morning to all the testifiers. I'm so pleased to.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm so pleased to see a lot of the testifiers here that are willing to come forward, speak about conditions and things that are existing and happening on the island of St. John. I'm going to start off my line of questioning with Vitima. In your testimony, you said that you have 16 employees on St. Croix and 16 on St. Thomas, 19 on St. Croix. But you're doing 8-hour shifts on St. Thomas and 12 hours on St. Croix. You have more staffing. Why 12-hour shift?
Due to the lesser staff numbers, we were just not able to staff the 12-hour shifts effectively. It made more sense to us. It was more efficient, cut down on overtime, and made it more manageable on St. Thomas to go back. We were also on the 12-hour shift on St. Thomas, but due to staffing constraints, we actually went back to the 8-hour shift. We negotiated with the union. Currently, we have 2 vacancies, 2 funded positions on St. Thomas.
Slow up a minute for me. You're kind of confusing me.
Okay.
Because if you have less staff on St. Thomas, I would think it would be easier to do a 12-hour shift, and you got more staff on St. Croix, I would think you should be able to do an 8-hour shift. I mean, when I walked to the Bureau of Correction, that's how it was done when we had, shortage of staff. We went to 12 hours. You're telling me you got 19 in St. Croix, 16 in St. Thomas. You're kind of confusing me there.
Well, the way the numbers worked out, we realized that due to the numbers that we had in St. Thomas, we had to go back to the 8-hour shift. If you'd like, I could have Deputy Director Kelly. We looked at this with our HR folks and our operations folks and made the decision, and the union agreed to go back to the shift based on the justification we provided to do that. And it was all driven by staff or lack thereof. We have 2 positions now that we have funded and able to hire in St. Thomas. We have candidates that we've already interviewed, but for now we're going to stay at the 8-hour shift. As a matter of fact, we have some issues in St. Croix that may drive us, if the staff diminishes there, it may drive us to go back to an 8-hour shift in St. Croix as well.
Thank you very much. It's still confusing to me, but we'll move on. And my question to rescue Mr. Bob, just for short, what's the amount owed to you for those equipment that you guys purchased?
Approximately, the entire grant was for about $125,000. We originally were approved, and then there was some issues. We raised about $50,000 with private donations. And so they're not willing to give us reimbursements for the money we raised. They're only willing to give us money that we had to pay out of our own coffers. So
I guess you also tell them all came out of your pocket, right?
Well, we probably shouldn't have said we raised the money, but,
I mean,
but we did.
That's sad that you utilize your funds for something that should have been obligated from FEMA, and now they're saying because you raised the fund is for North.
Correct. Well, I guess HUD is involved in it, and I guess when the feds are involved in it, it gets complicated.
So you have a figure as to what is actually owed to you from your account?
Well, yes, I don't have the exact number. It's in the area of $125,000 that it was expended on the equipment. Now, we have not spent, we have $10,000 that's pending, so we can purchase, about $30,000 so we can purchase 10 portable oxygen concentrators. We have not purchased those yet. We have not spent that money yet.
Not a problem. Through the chair, if we can have those information forward to this committee, so at least we can do some follow-up and see how we can assist and find out where the bottleneck is in you're not receiving that funding, we definitely would like to assist as
1
much
minute.
as we can, but we will need that information. from
Hold,
you.
hold the
Thank you.
senators
Thank
1
you,
minute
sir.
right there, and please note, let's make sure we note the senators through the chair request. Can you repeat that
The
one more time?
request is for the St. John Rescue to submit the amount that is owed to them from the FEMA. Sorry.
No, for CDBG.
CBDG, okay,
Right.
good. So that will, what I'm
Good.
asking is for you to submit.
Good, and that will be coupled with what former Senator Wesselhoff said she'll look as well, because she's on the committee.
Okay?
So
Thank you.
that's noted. You may
Thank-
proceed with your 1 minute.
Thank you very much. And now to the police department. How is your current caseload on the island of St. John?
Mr. Chair, the insolence that Senator Johnson relayed towards me and my team at the last hearing, I will answer every other senator in here, with the exception of him.
No.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner,
yeah.
one second.
And
one
if
second.
you want to, you can go ahead
One
and swear
second.
me now.
1 second. Commissioner, we had this conversation off the record. You're here as a police commissioner representing the Virgin Islands Police Department. The senator asked a question of the Virgin Islands Police Department. It is not personal, and we expect a response from the Virgin Islands Police Department regarding such.
Good. Then my question on behalf of the Virgin Islands Police Department is that I'm not answering this question.
Hold on, hold on. Commissioner, the requires a response to the senator. Agency head cannot come before the legislature and decide who they will be answering questions from. Again, the line of questioning is not personal, it is to the agency. You're the representative of the agency, and we expect a response on behalf of the agency.
Mr. Chair, this body invited me to a meeting on November 9th. I submitted correspondence indicating that myself nor my team were available. At that meeting, Senator Johnson went off on a tirade, okay, on a tirade, and outright insulted, demeaned myself and my team. Now you expect me to come back in here under subpoena, okay, without putting on the record that at that you had correspondence, or this committee had correspondence back then, that we were not available. The people of St. John, and responding to any and every member of this community is important to the VIPD. But for this committee, okay, to have had Senator Johnson make the derogatory statements that he made, and no one on this committee nor in this body has addressed those publicly. Now we're supposed to, I am supposed to walk back in here today and address his questions as if nothing has occurred, when his statements back then has affected my entire department.
Commissioner, you're here under subpoena.
Yes, I am.
And the subpoena is clear on what we expect. Senator Johnson is a member of this body.
Yes, he is.
And as such, he has all rights and authority to question the testifiers before us. And we expect a response. Now, I'm sure that you read the subpoena and knows what the subpoena authority is. And as such, we expect a response. I think that the question asked was a responsible enough question for you to be able to answer as the head of the agency.
At what point in time is this committee going to address my concerns and those derogatory statements that the senator made?
it can be addressed once a complaint is made, and there was no complaint made to us. At this time, we're proceeding with a hearing before us, and a question was asked. There's no complaint before us regarding the senator's statements or actions.
So you require, and I respect the fact that you're requiring a complaint, but I'd assume that none of the other committee members or other senators present realized or recognized those derogatory statements at that time. You know what, Mr. Chair? For the fact that I am here to represent the department, and more importantly, to ensure that the folks at St. John get their day here, I will tuck my ego today, okay? And I will file a complaint with you, okay? But I want the record to reflect that as well, that no one on this committee has addressed those derogatory statements, and they should not require a complaint. Okay, you were all here.
Commissioner,
I'll do. So go ahead and again, go ahead now and ask the question. I will answer the question.
I'll do respect. It would be the same if someone feels that one of your commanders or one of your fellow officers committed some infraction. Unless there's a complaint to you, how would you address it? We are here. I like what you just said, that we're here for the St. Johnians, for us to respond to their concerns and whatnot. I ask that we keep it professional and move towards that end until we address the other side, which you said
and we should have maintained that professional stand.
Commissioner, again, that's on you, and I will hold on, Senator. I will not have a back and forth today. Senator Johnson, can you repeat your question, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As I said to the Commissioner, what is your current caseload for the island of St. John?
Senator, caseload in regards to investigations or caseload in regards to calls for service?
Caseload in regards to investigation.
With regards to investigations, we have approximately 68 cases under investigation, or 68 cases in 2023.
I heard some folks out here speaking about the increase of patrol, and I can recall after that hearing on St. John that day, there was a lot of traffic stop, and that's good to know. Cameras, how many cameras do you have actively working that's managed by the police department on the island of St. John?
Senator, the number of cameras that we have working, I do not, if you want, I will provide that information to you off the record, but I do not provide that information publicly.
And the police department manage these cameras, or is there a private contractor that manages these cameras?
The cameras that VIPD owns are, while the contractor still has access to some of them for maintenance and also for historical preservation of data, the Virgin Islands Police Department manages all of its cameras.
And again, we go back to the noise. I think all three islands is having a problem with this noise of these cars and these loud songs. What is being done right now in regards to the noise complaints that we continue hearing on all three islands, but we're dealing with St. John for today?
We have not addressed the noise complaints to the level that they should have been addressed to. In the interim, we have the noise meters on order. We had to switch vendors, and as such, it put the timelines back for receiving those noise meters. Until that time, we try to have our officers to go out and to address those noise complaints. One of the issues that we have is that while the statute provides that the noise meters or that the officers can utilize at least 2 secondary apps on their cell phones for it, the issue with it is that we cannot mandate our officers to place those apps on their personnel devices.
Thank you. And my final question, because my time has been called,
You may wrap up here.
May I? Company by the name of Monitos. Is that the company that managed some of these cameras around the territory? Or what work does Manitos do for the VIPD?
No. So what Manitos Pro Support does for the Virgin Islands Police Department is they are engrossed in placing the cameras for us. They put some of our mobile camera systems together as the system that we utilized for the St. Croix Festival over the last 2 years and the St. Thomas Carnival over the last year. In addition to that, Manitos provides us with some forensic technology as it pertains to use with the obtaining information from cell phone technology.
Thank you very much. And in closing, through the chair, I would like to get a copy of the contract with Manitos and VIPD sent to this committee so we could see what Manitos does for this VI government.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
And I'm glad it ended there because I wanted to commend their work as well during the St. Croix Festival in seeing what was set up and whatnot. So I commend the Virgin Islands Police Department in their work with this. What was the name of the company?
Manitos Pro Support.
Manitos. All right. Thank you. And we have that through the chair request. What I'll also ask too, because I know that I wouldn't want that information out publicly either, but could you let us know the number of, again, please, let's put our phones on silent. Okay, no problem. Let's get the number of cameras that's already installed per island, please.
I can provide that number territorially.
Yeah, not on record.
So that there's nothing wrong with us providing the territorial numbers.
Okay.
That number is 107, which includes 30 plus license plate readers, and the other cameras are point and zooms.
Excellent. So what I would like, though, for the committee is for that breakdown per island and to know whether or not they're operational at this time. Thank you. Senator at Large, Angel Bolquez, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Oh, and before you go there, because I'm not sure if you're going to go there, but I'd like for you being the St. John at Large for the territory. I noted that Fire Emergency Medical Services stated in their testimony that there's no hospital on island. Is this so? Myra Keating is not operational, or Myra Keating Clinic, or the, what you call it, the Castro Clinic? Is this operational on St. John? Let me ask, I guess, the EMS chief. Any of these clinics, please recognize the mic of the EMS chief on St. John.
Morning. To my knowledge, they're both operational. So the MKS is a clinic, and we transport patients there, have them stabilized, and if needed, they transport it to St. Thomas.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because that was on the record that there's no hospital on island, so we could clear.
It's a clinic.
Well, I mean, we know that there are clinics. I don't want to get technical between clinic and hospital and whatnot, you know. But I'm just saying, once there's an ambulance call, the ambulance call takes you to the clinic. Okay. Senator Bolquez, you recognize. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the public safety panel before us. Good afternoon to everyone who's in the chambers and the listening and viewing audience. I want to start off, there was a mention of the ride along, which I think is all good and well, but I would like to suggest or even encourage VITEMA and VIPD and even Fire EMS to collaborate with the Lieutenant Governor's Office. The GIS system is actually having a program which is federally funded 100% for the Street Addressing Initiative, which is going to be a valuable component in your emergency response. They don't have enough bodies in order to get all of these streets named. However, if you collaborate with them, I think that will speed up the process. And St. John is the first island to actually go through that whole initiative. Then they'll move on to St. Thomas and then St. Croix. So I'd like to encourage everyone to please assist the Lieutenant Governor's Office with that street naming initiative so that GPS can be a valuable component in your response times. I wanted to start off with also with the storing of your data. When it comes to St. John Rescue or even Fire EMS, when you store your responses for emergencies, where is that data stored? Do you share it with VIPD? Do you share information within each other for data purposes?
The CAD RMS system that I mentioned in my testimony captures all that information, records it, provides it for the management system, and then there's also a recording system that records all conversations that go on during the process of a call coming in.
So you want to do an upgrade so that you can implement this CAD RMS system for your emergency response efficiency. What is the cost associated with that, and how will that also help VIPD and Fire EMS?
Yeah, well, that was a major project. I'll get the costs from my Deputy Director of Logistics, Sim Fret. But that system serves all of the entities, law enforcement entities. It serves St. John Rescue, it serves PD, Fire EMS, Department of Justice, Corrections. They're all in that system, and it's all connected through the CAD RMS. In terms of the cost, if you allow me, sir, I'd like to defer to Sim Fret.
Well, we can hold that. I can get it off so that my
system.
time doesn't expire. But I'd like to
Okay.
know the cost on that system so that we can move forward in that
I'll make a
direction,
note of
because
that.
that is very a very valuable tool in especially when we're going to forecast and plan ahead and strategize. Collaboration with the responses, whereas calls are being bumped over to the British Virgin Islands. On St. John, we also, cell phones also bump over there. So, we have issues where phone bills come up and you're like, oh my God, $300 for what? I only made 2 calls. So how are you actually trying to manage that in the sense of 911 calls being bumped over? Are you looking forward or planning to have an actual call center here on the island of St. John, locally here on the island, so that we can sort of have those calls be deferred directly to that call center? What is your plan?
We do not have a plan to establish a 911 call center on the island of St. John, okay? In terms of a plan, in terms of what it costs someone if their call gets routed to the BVI, that we do not, VITEMA would not get involved in. What VITEMA did was that they were instrumental in creating that full phone number, knowing that folks in Coral Bay and other parts of St. John, in that general area, they're going to get picked up by a BVI cell tower sooner than they would the U.S. cell tower, and that's what causes the call to go there. We have worked with them directly, and they have established in their phone system in automatic, they push a button. As soon as they know the call came from St. John, they push a button and it automatically transfers it to the St. Thomas District ECC, who supports St. Thomas, St. John, and Water Island.
Well, by chance, do you know what span of time that would be? Because as you know, in emergency response, a few minutes can determine someone's life. So what would you say would be the span of time for that to happen?
What I would say would be a matter of seconds. It's not something that I can tell you we get a report from the BVI. They're kind enough to incorporate that into their phone system, knowing it causes challenges. I could not tell you exactly how much time, sir.
Okay, very well. Let me move over to VIPD before my time expires. Commissioner, good afternoon. I know that for some time now, FEMA has appropriated funding to retrofit the station here on St. John. I know that there were talks about the old Chase Manhattan Bank building being utilized. Mr. Chair, if I may please wrap up.
You may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. By utilizing the Chase Manhattan Bank facility, which I understood there was a lease there for an art studio. I'm not sure if the art studio is still there or what's happening, but what is the time frame in getting your station moved there temporarily so that we can see the retrofitting or upgrades to the police station so that we can have the adequate amount of personnel and equipment that is necessary for public safety response?
Senator, I am not able to provide a time limit on that simply because initially we did have ongoing negotiations for a leasehold of that facility. It fell through. We moved on to a secondary place. We thought that that would hold true, and that, as I understand it from the property and procurement and from my facilities team, that there were issues with that property as well. No issues specific to VIPD, but to the owners of the property as well. So once that fell through, we are now back to square one with open conversation or communication with the owner of the old First Bank area, utilizing the Love City Strong to assist us as well. So short is I cannot give you a time frame as to when we would be able to move. In a perfect world, I need my folks out of that building before the height of the next hurricane season. I can ill afford to have them in that facility in the next hurricane season.
And Mr. Chair, if I may wrap up and ask that for your leniency, for him to answer in your time, please.
You may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are the federal funds that have been appropriated for this retrofit of the station, when is the expiration of those funds?
Senator, I'd have to take a look and to return, to respond back. I do not have the exact date.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Assistant Director de Blasio, going back to the at-large senator with the emergency calls going to the BVI, this is just a cell phone problem, correct?
Yes, sir, that is accurate.
And according to your complaints, is this just happening on the east end of St. Thomas, or, of St. John, or all across St. John?
No, it's more on the eastern side, yes. It's not in the Cruz Bay area. That works fine for just dialing 911, even on a cell phone.
And how many, do you receive a lot of complaints to this regard?
No, I can't say that I have registered any complaints of recent memory regarding a call going to BVI.
But you concur that this is a problem?
I concur that that exists, yes.
Especially in the event of an emergency, which 911 is an emergency call, supposedly.
That is correct, yes.
All right, and also going back to Senator Johnson's inquiry, which I have to concur with him. We're gonna have a sidebar on this, but I need you to really take a look at this, you and your team, because if you're telling me that your numbers are smaller in one district and you're on an 8-hour shift, and you have a greater number in the other district, but you're on a 12-hour shift, I'd like to know how is that making financial sense? Because we're looking at overtime cost. I know we do have to take sick calls into consideration, days off into consideration, and even vacation times. But with your 16 manpower on St. Thomas, I'm looking at least 5 per shift on your 3 shifts, and at least 1 supervisor. And I say 5 per shift, you're saying 4, but it's actually 5 because you have 16 people. We're talking just dispatchers, correct?
Yes, sir.
So,
well, team leaders, yes.
So,
yeah, team leader, manager, the
fine,
site manager.
Fine, but all are dispatchers, and we have to saturate our manpower as needed. So you might have a team leader and not enough dispatchers, but you might have to have 2 team leaders on 1 shift. So be it. You need bodies on that shift. So in that case, I'm saying where you have that 16, the breakdown to me is that 5, 5, and 5 with the one manager, and the other district where you have 19, that will be 6 on each squad with a manager. So we'll have that conversation because, again, it boils down to service and the dollars and cents that we're spending there. All right?
Absolutely, sir. Yes.
By the time you know it, budget season is right upon us again. Senator Javan E. James Sr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Greetings once again to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. As to Commissioner Ray Martinez, as far as funding, have you had a chance to go over your team all the necessary funding that you have in place, whether it's current projects, future projects, and to prioritize and to have a holistic approach on how you're going to modernize St. John as far as being able to combat crime?
Senator, we do not have a separate budget or
But you have projects for St. John, though, and that's what I'm referring to.
We certainly do. We have a project for St. John regarding the retrofit of the station, and of course, the digitalization of our department includes St. John as well.
And that's what I'm getting at, because we have the camera systems. You're trying to improve in infrastructure. And what I'm trying to get to understand is if you can send to this committee all those projects that you have for St. John, so we can have an idea of what is going on at St. John, how we can prioritize to make sure that we can see those projects coming to fruition and which projects might need more funding. Because, you know, right now, with the government coffers, things are a little bit slow. So when things get better and we have an infusion of cash and we see that there's some more money laying around, we can be able to identify those funding and be able to put it to specific projects. That's what I'm leading to.
We can put a plan together, Senator, and get it to you.
And through the chair, I would like to request that, because we have to speak money, we have to speak dollars. If you're not speaking dollars today, we're blowing hot air. Things require funding. Now, some might say, make the best of what you have. And I be honest with you, I think that's what you guys are doing, making best of what you have. So we can't reinvent the wheel unless we have the proper funding, which leads to my question when it comes to the camera system. I have legislation to appropriate $3 million. I'm in no rush to bring it because I understand that there are certain priorities that need to be met when it comes to the government finances. So my question to you, when that bill comes forward, can you reassure to this committee that those problem areas within St. John can be rectified? Those areas where you know for sure a police officer cannot be there every single day, and those dead-end spots that you could put those camera systems in place?
Senator, it's no secret that surveillance camera systems are in fact a force multiplier. We continue to push the envelope with our camera systems. The more the merrier. What we have on board right now, starting as a matter of fact next week with phase 2, the installation of cameras in phase 2 is still woefully inadequate to what we truly require. It would be, in our best, it'd be in our best thing to actually sit with this body and have those conversations regarding just how much more cameras we would require and what the cost of those camera systems would be. I have no issues with that and would look forward to that type of engagement.
And those are the conversations I look forward to. You understand, we have a responsibility as legislators to appropriate funding, and I want to make sure while we ask questions that we do our part to put the funding where necessary. Otherwise, we tell you guys to shoot a gun without bullets. You understand what I'm saying? So the red light camera systems, I would like you to elaborate some more on that. Elaborate some more on that and how have it been helping St. John so far and how you have been using that data to be able to help solve crime.
Well, we don't have the system in place right now, Senator, and it's a green light camera system.
Okay, my bad, green light camera system.
And, but the intent is to place it where you have stop signs, stop lights.
That's what I meant to say.
Here on St. John, you don't have those. Yeah. So our intent, we've already spoken with the vendor, and at those intersections and those crossroads,
1 minute,
where there is their stop signs, and folks continue to come to rolling stops at those signs, we are going to place the system there as well.
And that's why I got confused when I said red light, because it had a stop sign.
Correct.
St. John is so big. And to be honest with you, I know, like I said earlier, you can't have an officer every single place. You want to strategically use them. But as far as the new class that's coming up for the police academy, when is the next class coming up, and what are you doing to encourage St. Jonians and even St. Thomians to be able to become police officers, to increase your manpower on St. John?
Well, we've always had recruiting drives specific to the island of St. John. Those drives have not been successful. Historically, individuals on St. John are not interested in law enforcement. I think we have maybe 3 or 4 officers that actually reside on the island of St. John. Of course, we're going to continue to recruit and to continue to engage with this community to try to get some of our youngsters to join the Virgin Islands Police Department. It only helps.
I wish I had more time. I don't want to abuse my time, but I really wanted to focus on VIPD because I understand you can't force individuals to become law enforcement officers, and we have to deal with that harsh realities. That's why we have to rely on the camera system, and that's why I, along with the support of my colleagues, will bring that legislation, and I really want to have that conversation offline because it's not everything for the public to hear. You know, you need to put the cameras in strategic locations, and you don't want to place that here on the record. So I look forward to that conversation and to looking forward to working with your team. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. The committee will take a 2-minute recess. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Wednesday, January 31st, 2024 is back on record. Oh boy, where did I put it? I just had a, okay. Until I could find it, we'll proceed to Senator Fonseca, the committee's vice chair. You're recognized for your 5 minutes. Senator Fonseca is recognized for his 5 minutes.
Oh, yes, my fault.
Apologize to media, please.
Yes, I didn't put the switch on. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, for the time. And,
you have 3 minutes left.
Pleasant good afternoon to all the distinguished testifiers, the viewing and listening audience. Blessing. Okay, Mr. de Blasio, Assistant Director, I wanted to start with you. I was kind of following up on the question from my colleague from Frederickstead. I looked at your budget. You have a budget of $9,871,502.47 for 156 funded positions. Now, have you received your first quarter allotment, and as your second quarter, is your funding coming like how it should?
The funding is actually distributed monthly, and yes, we have been receiving it as was planned.
Okay, good. So your 911 operators, I know you had some staffing issues. You've been intending to fill those. Can you give me an update on the 911? And before you give me that, I did have my staff, we did call that 776-9110 number that goes to 911, and it is working, so congratulations. So give me the operations, the 911 operators status.
Okay, in my testimony, I did mention that currently we are staffed at 19 and 16 in St. Croix and St. Thomas, respectively. I just found out that the numbers are updated now to 17 and 15. That's 17 total staff, St. Croix, 15 total staff on St. John.
And the filled and the vacant.
We have one vacancy, funded vacancy on St. Croix, which we are about to make an offer on, and we have 2 vacancies on St. Thomas, which we will be filling soon. Those are funded vacancies on St. Thomas.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to quickly go to Mr. Antonio Stevens, Acting Fire Director. Okay, so you said the fire boat will be able to transport a patient. And the Star of Life, the current boat, give me the status of that, and what is your arrangements if the Star of Life is down? What is your arrangements and the condition of the Star of Life boat?
Good afternoon, Senator. Assistant Director Antonio Stevens. I'll defer the question to Chief Stevenson, and he could.
Wait until your mic is on and make sure you're...
Can you hold my time, Mr. Chair?
Yes, yes, you're good, you're good.
Good afternoon, Clarence Stevenson, Fire Chief, St. Thomas, St. John, Water Island. Currently, the Star of Life is in operation. The ambulance boat, when it goes for service, we have the agreement with Canal Bay. They allow us to use their boat, and we just have to fuel it and maintain it currently. Our boat should be ready end of this year.
Okay, good. That's good to hear, great news. So I want to give you a scenario here, and I want you to give me where we are with complying with the national standards. Say there's an accident on St. John. The person is seriously injured. They need to get to the hospital. You've determined they need to go to Roy Snyder Hospital, Regional Medical Center. So give me the scenario where they go, how they transport, etc., and how long it takes to get to St. Thomas.
Good afternoon, EMS Chief, St. Thomas, St. John. So if we have a major incident like that in St. John, and it's deemed that the person needs to be taken to Snyder Regional, the crew on St. John does what we call a direct transport. Okay, and so they coordinate with the ambulance and the emergency room in St. Thomas and St. John, let them know what we have, and we take the patient directly to St. Thomas for treatment. Instead of going to the clinic here at St. John, we take them directly to St. Thomas and they transport it to the hospital for further treatment.
Okay, so they're stabilized, et cetera, et cetera.
Correct. So the medics would stabilize them en route to St. Thomas.
Okay, but if it's a real serious situation, how long does it take before you can get them to get into surgery?
So once we transfer them to the emergency room, that's out of our hands. So in terms of going to surgery, I won't have a number on that.
No, I'm talking how long they're in EMS hands. How long is the patient's in EMS hands?
So from initial, it takes us about 7 to 10 minutes to get to St. Thomas, and approximately another 10 to 15 minute transportation right from Red Hook to the hospital.
Okay, and the national standard for ambulance transport is what?
That number I do not have, because it depends on your distance, so I'm not sure what that number is.
The intent, Acting Director Antonio Stevens, the intent, and according to the national standards, sir, is between 8 to 10 minutes. But understanding that we have a different situation here where we're transporting from one island to the next and the distance from Red Hook to the hospital.
Right. I understand that, but you know, it's a life and death situation. The helicopter thing is just not financially feasible, right? That's not an option, right?
Right.
Is that yes?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. I wanted, Mr. Chair, if I can just quickly finish up. Yes, thanks. Ray Martinez, you know, we have the same name likeness. We'll quickly, your name likeness. Your budget is 79,423,152.
That's incorrect, Senator. My budget is approximately $72 million.
Okay, 72. Okay, what's the status of your fundings? Are your allocations on time also?
Yes, we have been receiving timely monthly allotments.
Okay, let me just finish one. Yes. Well, let me just finish up. Thank you for your kindness. Okay, so can you quickly, on the chair's time, give me an update on what you need, basically for the shot spotter, the police cadet, and the forensic staff in those 3 areas. The shot spotter, police cadet class, and the forensic staff, and if you have any specific needs.
Definitely, our shot spotter contract is I think it expired in November, if I'm not mistaken. We're on a month-to-month with them as we start to negotiate the new contract. I think that contract is roughly anywhere between $900,000 on up to $1.2 million a year. And that, of course, that takes into consideration maintenance and repairs and the expansion of the service. In the contract we now have, or the expired contract, we went from 4.8 square miles to 9.6 square miles of shot spotter technology. In addition to that, with that expansion, we actually brought in the shot spotter technology and placed it in 0.3 miles here on St. John as well. So we continue to push for that. Shot spotter is huge for us. It is something that the way that we feel is that we can't live without it at this juncture. Even here on St. John, for instance, in 2022, when we had no shot spotter, we had roughly about I think it was about 100, if I'm not mistaken, So we had in 2022, we had 38 rounds fired that were we were able to account for, but having expanded the shot spotter to St. John, and then again, it's just in certain areas. In 2023, we accounted for 127 rounds being fired in those areas. What that does is that tells us that we have an uptick, or that we had not been recording those numbers prior, but it also provides us with information that we can utilize for intelligence in order to start to initiate plans and initiatives to go after those individuals discharging those firearms.
Senator, were your questions answered?
Yes, you forgot the police cadet and the forensic staffing.
Forensic staffing, I'd have to get back to you on exactly where we're at with that and how short we may be. As far as the police cadet program, we do not have an active police cadet program, but it is something we'd like to get back to in short order.
Thank you, Senator Ray Fonseca, for your questions. Next up, we have Senator Maurice James, and you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Recognize the mic of Senator Maurice James. 1 second.
Thank you. 5 minutes from now. Okay, good. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues, testifiers, and the audience here, and those who are listening. I want to begin first, of course, with EMTs, paramedics. Good to see all of you guys. I wanted to find out about the relationship between fire, EMS, and St. John Rescue in this regard. I noticed that St. John Rescue, I said St. Croix by mistake. St. John Rescue is in the process of establishing an EMT course. Is that in collaboration with the agency? Ms. Acting Director Stevens.
Good afternoon, Senator. No, it's not. This is the first time I've heard of this initiative, so I'm looking to hear more about it, but this is the first time I've heard of that initiative.
Okay, Ms. St. John Rescue.
Good afternoon.
What's about?
We're in the planning stages right now. Our professional educator, Brett Huntley, will be working with Fire EMS to work with them to collaborate. So everyone will have access to the course. We hopefully by the end of 2024, early 2025, so it's still in process.
Okay, first of all, I want to say that it's great that you have, to me, it appears you have a very vibrant volunteer rescue organization, and that's great. But I was just wondering in terms of, again, it's private-public partnership in the sense of responding to emergency, which is great. I just was wondering how does that work out? Is it that fire would then request additional assistance or supplemental assistance from the St. John Rescue? Is that how it works out?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Senator. Acting Director Antonio Stevens. Yes, Senator, that is exactly how it works out, because the fire service is the lead in those type of efforts, so we request their assistance.
Great. I just want to commend the organizations, knowing the topography of St. John and the difficulty with the cell service, especially on the eastern end of St. John, it's important that people collaborate and coordinate responses, especially in cases like this. I want to switch to the Commissioner of Police, Commissioner Martinez. I was curious about the testimony concerning undocumented immigrants, and I wanted to find out how is the police department involved in apprehending, or what happens to the, what caught my eye was a vehicle that picks up the people, right? Because clearly there's an operation going on. How is the police department involved with this particular issue on the island of St. John?
And thank you for that question, Senator, and I appreciate you bringing it up so that we can expound a little more on it. So in 2023, we, the VIPD, encountered 627 undocumented individuals on St. John. And of the 627, 229 were apprehended, meaning that they were, that our federal partners, whether Homeland Security or Customs and Border Protection, Immigration, took custody of 229 of them. In recent times, on an average, just this month, today is the 31st of the month, and we have come in contact with over 150 undocumented persons here on St. John. Today is only the 31st of the month. In that, we had an ongoing initiative with our federal partners in which an operator of one of the vessels that was bringing these folks in was apprehended, in addition to 2 individuals who were picking and transporting these undocumented individuals was actually were arrested on federal charges. We have ongoing initiatives with our federal partners with this. One of our shortcomings is the fact that we are willing to do more, but will not be able to the extent possible, and that's on the marine side of the house, until we can obtain the Go Fast for the St. Thomas St. John district, which is under construction, and we won't have in our possession until probably the first or second week of March. We strongly believe at that time that once our Go Fast is here with the other assets and resources that we have, that we are going to be able to make a great impact on these incursions.
Okay,
Time.
May I, Mr. Chair? Yeah. You anticipated my question, though, with respect to the assets and the resources. But I was is it that St. John is the point of entry to the Virgin Islands?
It is the primary point of entry.
So
yes,
then it needs more attention than any of the other islands.
With respect to undocumented persons?
Right,
Yes,
with respect, yeah, because that's a burden
yes, sir,
on the community. And I just want to ask, since I have the time, are crimes more likely to be reported on St. John compared to St. Croix and St. Thomas? I want to explore that a little bit, but I know I won't have enough time, but just generally. Because reporting of crimes is important, and people need to understand that in our communities. And just address that succinctly, because my time has run out. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. So in 2023, there were 15,504 calls for service on the island of St. Croix, 18,355 calls for service on the island of St. Thomas, and 1,163 calls for service here on the island of St. John. With that, The short answer to your question is I couldn't tell what we don't have a number as it pertains to if cause for service, or not cause for service, but if those crimes are more readily reported. What I can tell you is that once there are certain crimes that occur here on St. John, because we're talking about a smaller, more intimate community, that appear to be more prevalent, Senator. And those crimes are felony assaults, robberies, grand larcenies, and vehicle thefts. Those are the four most prevalent types of crimes here on St. John.
Recognize the cordless mic of Senator Maurice James, please. Okay, use this. Use it.
Thank you. Is it, well, through the chair, I'd like to get a copy of that document you're looking at.
Without a doubt, Senator, not a problem.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator James. And before I recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, what I wanted to ask before, and that's what happened when people monitoring the hearings as well. So there was a question to the VIPD, and your response, the citizen liked about the cameras, and you made note of the license plate reader. And what they were asking is if the VIPD is going to clamp down on the, first they asked me if the tinted license plate covers are illegal, and I responded, yes, they are. So they want to know if the police department will be clamping down on this with regards to the tinted license plates.
We have been, Senator. As a matter of fact, I can tell you that with respect to citations, the citations for tinted license plates or license plates being in dashboards are probably two of the greatest complaints that I receive regarding the issuance of those citations. And we're going to continue to police those things, specifically because it actually, I mean, it's no secret that the reason behind it is it throws off our license plate readers, especially if the tinted cover is dirty. So yes, we're going to continue to police those.
And just for clarity, your complaints regarding those two are coming from where?
From folks who receive the citations.
Oh, they complain and get again ticketed?
Exactly.
Oh, then they should do better.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So and the front license plate is crucial to law enforcement as well. You know, I could remember being dispatched to a stolen vehicle, and you are on your way to this scene, and next thing you know, the stolen vehicle going by you. If you see the license plate, you can know that this is a vehicle and give pursuit. So there is a reason for front and rear license plate. And I wanted to ask, you stated, I believe Senator James was looking at my notes, you know, to the discussion where you were talking about undocumented individuals. You said they were picked up and arrested by on federal charges, correct? But my question to you is, they were assisted by the Virgin Islands Police Department, though, correct?
That is correct, Senator.
And in doing so, while it might have been a federal operation, would you have put out some type of public notice on this?
I'm not certain if we have been putting out the requisite amounts of information regarding the undocumented. I'll have to check on that.
Okay, and I just asked that because, you know, oftentimes good work and swift work of our law enforcement agencies go unnoticed or unsaid. We need to let the public know what's going on. And especially, I look at it too for deterrence, so that they could think about it twice before they do it.
Well, Senator, one of the shortcomings to that is the fact that when I list 229 apprehensions, those apprehensions are all federal apprehensions, because we don't have, on the local level, we don't have the authority to arrest.
Understood. Understood.
That
I'm just talking about the publicity part, because I can't mandate that the federal government put out the notice. But I just want to go from our local efforts, that you're in fact out there on the ground assisting with these types of and the impact that it has. Because, I mean, you're talking, I hear the numbers of 600 and 200 and all kind of thing like that.
Correct.
When these people come off of these boats and in the conditions they are, they're utilizing our resources, not only our law enforcement resources, but they're humans. We got to take care of them, so we got to transport them probably in our ambulance, in the police cars, and take them to, in this case, the clinic. Let me be clear, the clinic, not the hospital. And so we gotta be clear, because we're utilizing local
I think,
assets.
Senator, also, if I may, the prevailing factor here is that's 627 that we made contact with in 2023. That's what we know of. By our estimations, more than 60% of the individuals that come in here is unknown to us, and we have not made contact with them. So technically, if you do the math, you know, we are easily, last year, easily, we could say that there were probably more than 2,000 plus undocumented persons that came through here.
And Chiefs, what about the tint? You're clamping down on the tints as well? Because again, I look at that too for the safety and security of our law enforcement personnel. So are we clamping down on tinted vehicles, and also making sure that we look in-house to make sure our officers aren't violating the same laws?
Senator, most definitely, Chief Philip, St. Thomas and John Warren District, we have our tape meters, we do our enforcement. Also in-house, we continue make improvements. You know, we have challenges, but we're making improvements. Officers taking off the tints off their personal vehicles that have heavy tint. You know, sometimes some of the officers feel that because they do certain things, the job, you know, for their safety, but we still have to abide by the rules and regulations of the, you know, of the law of the land.
You know I ain't comfortable with that response, right?
Correct.
They can't be enforcing and violating at the same time. So they can't feel, because the average citizen could feel that they have a reason to have on a tint too. So what I'll say is I'll just encourage that we have what we call command inspections. I'm pretty sure that it's still happening, but please do so and address these post haste. Don't let them point the finger back at us. Okay. Point of information, Senator DeGraff, and then we go to Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Along the same lines of the undocumented personnel, I just want to make it clear, if undocumented residents in the Coral Bay area see individuals tracking through the bush, they can call VIPD to come and check into it?
Yes, Senator, they can and they have, and we. I just have to especially the Coral Bay community, we truly appreciate the fact that they do continue to call. Their calls are timely, and it provides us the opportunity to get out there. As a matter of fact, during our initiative, it was a call from a concerned citizen, a resident of Coral Bay, that got us the opportunity to expeditiously get out there and with our federal partners and to make those 2 detentions.
Okay, thank you for that, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Point of inquiry, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, you said that there was some 600 and 200 was held by your federal partners. What actually happened to the next 400?
Based on the federal statute, some of them are released into the community, and they're documented, released into the community for various reasons, and then they are have to check in, for lack of a better term, with the federal partners in order to it facilitates some of their movements to the U.S. mainland, and others are allowed to stay here and to seek their, whether they're seeking asylum or they're seeking their paperwork.
I was just about to ask that if they was looking political asylum or some other type of asylum, why they would allow them to move on to other places.
It's important to note it depends on the where they're from, which nations they're coming in, and it's important to note for the record that we are experiencing individuals. Historically, it's been the Dominican Republic, it's been Haiti, which is still predominant, but now we have an uptick in folks from Romanian crime families. We have, we're experiencing incursions with folks from as far as Cameroon, Venezuela, Paraguay, Argentina, Cuba, the Ukraine. So again, this is an issue that, that we're combating. And again, these folks, especially those that are released into this community, now become our problem if in fact they start to commit crimes.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. Wow, that's concerning. I'll just ask you, we have that wet foot, dry foot policy here?
So that's a federal policy, and again, that it depends on the nation that they are coming from. Historically, it was after the earthquakes.
Right.
In the most recently was after the earthquakes in Haiti several years ago. They had that, but now we still have the Cubans,
right?
And of course, there's also I neglected to speak on the individuals from some of our other Eastern Caribbean islands as well, because there are folks that are coming through the chain as well that are coming here.
Okay, I was just asking. I know that there's the one between Cuba and the U.S. where the wet foot, if they're intercepted at sea, that they return to Cuba, and the dry foot is actually when they make landfall and they're processed within where they were picked up. But thank you for that. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory, to the testifiers. I am very happy today to see a full house. This is a second bite at the apple to really get information as it relates to the residents of St. John and some of the issues that they have been dealing with. During the last hearing that I did attend, one of the things that stuck out to me at that hearing when I was listening to the individuals that came to testify, they spoke about how rapes are handled here, specifically on the island of St. John. How do you handle that if someone comes in and say they have been raped? How do you, because of course we know it might be a situation of having to traverse them to another island or whatever the case is. How is that handled?
That is correct, Senator. Initially, the initial report is taken by a patrol officer. The patrol officer tries to minimize as much as they can the contact with the victim and to ensure that they don't ask too many probing questions. That case is then turned over immediately to a detective. The detective then comes in, the detective takes over the soliciting information from the victim. A forensic team is called in most times, depending on, again, just how recent the rape may have occurred. And then, of course, the individuals are transported to the hospitals where, if required, in conjunction with the hospitals, if the rape kits are required, they're provided. And we go from there. The kits are then whether kept on file or sent off for DNA, again, depending on the types of case. But that's how the cases are handled, Senator.
Okay, because that was a concern when just listening to how some of them felt like they felt it was a disconnect at times, because I think one, in speaking after the hearing, one individual was sharing that when they did go to the police department, there wasn't a way to assist to transport them, and it was a whole lot of different types of. So I'm happy for you to put on the record what the procedure is, and hopefully these are being followed. They also spoke during the last hearing about dealing with a lot of guns and machine guns and all these. How do you tackle that here, specifically on this smaller island?
Well, again, the intimacy of St. John is just different to the other two larger islands. When we speak here in the territory about familial ties, and we always say, well, it's a small community. Here on St. John, it's even smaller, and because everybody knows everyone, most of the times by first names or by family ties. So at times it is difficult for folks to want to come forward. What we have realized is that I have to give kudos to the chief's office with the transfer of Captain Colburn to head the zone here on St. John. She has been really out there in the community with her folks, and as a result of that, she's elicited a lot of information that we are utilizing for intelligence purposes, and with that information, that's why we had 2 weekends of bringing over our guys and just running an initiative here, and each of those weekends we were able to make a gun arrest. And for the island of St. John to have 2 weekends where 2 weeks straight with 2 gun arrests, that's huge for the island of St. John. But it's only a drop in the bucket for what our intelligence is telling us is out here on this small island. And so we have to keep, really running those initiatives and getting the public to continue to come in and to provide that information to us. But it's extremely difficult.
1 minute.
One of the things, and even I have experienced this in speaking to St. Jonians, St. Thomians, Crucians, this is an issue that bothers me personally. When you continuously go into the police department and you file reports and you don't get a call back, you don't get contacted back, it's almost like you went into a dead end. That bothers me because it's happened to me so many times. Sometimes I don't even feel like I want to even waste my time to go to the police department to fill out a report, because in my head, the probabilities of getting a response is slim to none. And if I am sitting here as a representative and telling you I've experienced that many times, and speaking to other residents, and they say that is a huge problem for them. And we're consistently telling the community, if you see something, say something, reach out, communicate with us. But then you're not getting that communication back when something actually happens to you.
Time.
What have you done as a police department, even under your tenure, to potentially eliminate some of those issues, if you have, or either improve on the response time? Do you keep a record of how you respond to the public and see, how these situations go?
Well, it's two. I have a twofold answer to that, Senator. The first part is that we just have to police our own better. It comes down to supervision, and from my office through the chief's office right on down, we have to ensure that our supervisors are supervising. That's the first part. The second part of it is that we have taken a look at the fact that we haven't, we know for a fact that we haven't followed up on some of our cases like we should, okay? Now, I'm not gonna sit here and say, I don't think it's this huge number, but you know what? One that's not followed up on is just too much, okay? Again, here it is, and I'm not trying to make any excuses for it. Last year we had 15,000 calls for service on St. Croix, 18,000 calls for service on St. Thomas. While we have to do better with that, one of the things we saw in order for us to actually move forward is that we run our cases through the CAD RMS system. Okay, that's a computer-aided dispatch report management system. A report management system is not, while we require it, what we found that we actually needed was a case, in addition to it, is a case management system. The CMS or case management system is that whereby from my office on down, if you call me and you tell me, you know what, I have a case, I file a case on such and such date and it hasn't been responded to, I can sit from my office, or the chief or any supervisor can sit from their office, go into the system and actually see where the case went. Did that case in fact go from the patrol where it was just written as a patrol call for service? Was it forwarded to the Investigations Bureau or the appropriate investigatory unit? And if, as such, if it was, we would be able to actually see just each time, because everything is digital now, each time that that investigator took the time to open that digital case. So that's how we're going to continue to
Mr. Chair, could I just wrap up quickly?
I was wondering when you're going to ask.
Thank you.
You may.
You're welcome. Just to wrap up, because I kind of pulled back a little bit when you said it might not be as much. And I'm looking at it just from one person. I had a situation where somebody crashed in my car and broke my glass. I drove to the police department. The young lady took my thing. She said she couldn't come outside to see the vehicle because she was the only one there. I came back the next day. They couldn't find some camera. I just gave up. Never got a call back for that. I got my house broken into. They came, tested for fingerprints, never spoke to anyone again after that. I got my building broken into. As a matter of fact, the people were still there in the building when the officers came. And when we looked at the camera, all we saw was the footage of the officer trying to chase the guy, and 10 seconds he walked back in the frame. And when I showed it to the police, they laughed because I was like, he couldn't even chase the man. I didn't even release the video because I felt bad. That's how bad it was. I have yet to hear back anything. I think I saw in the newspaper days later the young man had a mental issue and how he got arrested. The point is the newspaper told me. It wasn't the police department.
Understood.
So you understand, so when you're saying to me, who've dealt with these things over and over and over and don't get a response, my perception of how you guys function is totally different. And I'm only one person. So imagine the amount of people that's dealing with this. So maybe I'm happy that you shared with us how you're trying to improve on it, but there's a lot of people still being affected. And I think it's important that if somebody comes in and tells you they were victimized, the least the department could do is have people just to tell them, hey, we're working on it, we're gonna deal with it, you have to communicate to the public. And I think that's one of the biggest things that is lacking with the public and the police department and their connection. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Before we take a quick recess for lunch, we'll take a quick recess for lunch. The testifiers, we have some lunch for you, and we'll return to just do a quick wrap up. But before we take that break, I wanted to ask VIPD with regards to Dr. Smith's testimony. where she spoke about traffic safety. Is there any documented communication between the VIPD and the Department of Public Works regarding striping of the roads or crosswalks? I know I have had a conversation with the Public Works Commissioner regarding a crosswalk initiative prior to school starting. I didn't see that happening, but even besides the school district, is there any communication regarding road striping on the island of St. John and crosswalks in the downtown area or near the school?
Senator, the short answer is that we do not have anything in writing from Public Works, but we have had a number of conversations with Public Works regarding striping, regarding crosswalks, and even the replacement of many of this number of stop signs that are still down.
Good.
So we have had those, and I do believe that whether sometime for St. John, sometime maybe during the October or the November CIT meeting, that there was discussion about that and addressing those concerns here on St. John.
And you don't have personnel specifically assigned to the Traffic Investigation Bureau on the island of St. John, correct?
We do not.
Okay. And so in the absence of having the Traffic Investigation Bureau commander on St. John, would the zone commander be responsible to channel that information to the chief's office and subsequently through your office to Commissioner of Public Works?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so let's try to make sure that we document those, please. And there's also no, based on the conversation back and forth, currently there's no criminal investigators assigned to St. John.
No, Senator, that's incorrect. There are 2 detectives assigned to St. John as of recent, and I'm sorry, there was 1 detective, and as of recent weeks, 2 are now assigned. An additional 1 has been assigned, and here on St. John, we have an officer who was transferred back to patrol, and he was highly trained in forensics, and he is now providing that forensic work here on St. John as well.
Okay, I was just going to ask about the forensic. Okay. So, on that note, we will break for a quick lunch. It's now 1:40. We will return at 2 p.m. just for a wrap-up. Thank you. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety is hereby recessed until 2 p.m. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Wednesday, January 31st, 2024 is back on record. We heard testimony from the emergency service agencies before us, to include St. John Rescue, and heard from some citizens in the St. John community, and also had a first round. So what we'll do now is we'll just do a quick round, second round of 4 minutes. If you don't need it, don't use it. Just return it, and we'll be out of here soon thereafter. Again, let me say publicly thank you to the emergency service entities here on the island of St. John. Thank you for the services that you provide to those of us who live here and those of us visiting as well. And though the services are being done, of course, as was stated earlier, we can do more. So let's step up our efforts where we can and continue to address the problems that we're seeing, especially in the downtown Cruz Bay area. As we were on break, I received calls, and at least one individual on the outside met me and said, one thing that's not being discussed is the blatant illegal drug sales happening in the downtown Cruz Bay area. So let's be mindful of this. I know at times too, we state things and they may not come out correct, like one of the testimonies earlier that said the community know the guilty and the police know the guilty. So the police and the community in the courts. Who determines innocent and guilt is the courts. You know, that's why there's a process. But again, like law enforcement say, if you see something, say something. So we'll proceed. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Minority Leader, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. I'll first like to put on the record, you know, for acting director Antonio Stevens, you know, I support him for the director position. So I put on the record. He's been acting too long. He served the time, you know, so I don't have a problem with that. For, I think, Mr. Adams, you're titled, you could get a title. I don't want to refer to it, Mr.
EMS Chief.
EMS Chief. Mr. Isles wasn't recognized at the time. What was his title?
He's the Assistant Director of EMS.
Assistant Director EMS, Evelyn Lyles.
Lyle Evelyn.
Isles Evelyn. I just want to make
Evelyn.
sure. Make sure we put his name on the record. Rescue had some people here in the back sitting down. They left. Okay, well, if you could just mention their name, because again, it's for the people of the St. John community to see those individuals who are part of saving lives. So you could mention their names who are here present. Please, Mr. Bob.
Okay. We had our professional educator, Brent Huntley. We had our executive director, Valerie Hewitt. Our board member liaison, Jacqueline Parson Brown, and our vice president, Landry Boyson.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. To the private citizen residents who came out, thank you to them for coming out to express publicly some of the issues that you feel plague the community. To Vitima, the gentleman next to you, Mr. De Blasio, we didn't get his name on the record. Maybe we did, I stepped up, but I want to make sure we have your name on the record, sir.
Bruce Kelly, Deputy Director of Operations, Vitima.
Good, thank you for that. Again, like I say, you want people to recognize who you are. That's what this is about. Commissioner Martinez, Chief, Deputy Chief, Assistant Commissioner, Mario Brooks, who will be promoted to Lieutenant Colonel in the National Guard this weekend. I want to put that publicly too. Thank you for that. Congratulations. Commissioner and all first responders. I spent 26 years as a police, 23 years in the National Guard, and the key to this is that we're here to let the public know our job isn't easy. You know, so to hear that the police, men and women of the police department respond to everything. You gotta take a cat out of the tree, they're gonna call 911 and the police are gonna go and try their best. So it's a matter of, we hear, I think the communication part is the most important. That's what I wanted to make sure that the public knows what numbers to call. So with Vitima, you mentioned about the number to get the 911 system up here. Could you put that number on the record again, please?
1 minute.
Yes, the number of current staffing right now.
No. The number that you call to get the phone number.
Oh, the phone number. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
That was
Telephone number.
340-776-9110.
340-776-9110. If you're trying to get 911 on your cell phone and you don't get through, call that and you should be able to get through.
That is correct. As long as you have a cell signal to something, a tower somewhere, yes, sir.
Okay, great. And again, for me, it's about the information that was put out. You know, it's easy to find faults, but when you're in those shoes, you realize how big they are. And first responders wear some big shoes. Very hard to fill when you have to save people's lives, and we don't always do the right thing, maybe perfect, but we're there. 24/7, 365, we are there. And in closing, I would just like to ask, well, maybe just Commissioner might have that information, if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair. In terms of,
you may.
In terms of the amount of manpower you have that you have to do overtime to accomplish some of your missions because of your manpower. I'm not asking you numbers of manpower, but in terms of amount of overtime that has to be done because a regular shift just won't get it done.
The Senator, in fiscal year 2022, we expended $24 million in overtime, and in fiscal year 2023, we expended just under $27 million. We are now just about to implement some austerity measures as it pertains to our overtime, because we have to reduce it. And the fact of the matter is that we're cognizant that probably about 20% of our overtime is 20% of our overtime is just done by officers who isn't really, we shouldn't have that 20%.
Okay.
All right, 20% of it is waste, and we just have to find a way from a management perspective to reduce it. All right.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Minority Leader. You just take the wind from under me with that 20%. Okay. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to follow up on the line of question that Minority Leader DeGraff just complete there. Do you have a breakdown for each island, the amount of overtime?
We do. We can provide that through the chair.
To the chair, I would like that. And I am pleased to hear that you're going to find or try to find some way to curtail, because I've got some reports and people can always call about how sometimes the overtime is pretty much waste. And I'm going to be very specific with this one. It could be wrong information, it can be right. The individual in charge of firearms comes in from 6 in the morning, leaves at 9 in the evening, and the staff that he supervises comes in at 8. What would be the reason for overtime in that area, coming in earlier and leaving later?
It could be various reasons. One, we do, one of the things that we do is most recently, we have probably quadrupled the amount of firearm applications that we have. For each individual that wants a firearm, we have to go out and conduct safe checks of the homes for those. In addition to that, we have to go back and we have to, with those homes in housing communities that are approved for firearms as well, we have to do continuous checks. So it could be a host of reasons why that individual may be coming in those times. I'll have to check on it. But Senator, it's not just the those types of complaints. The majority of the complaints is out of our patrol units as well. So this is something holistic that we have to take a look at, and the only way to begin looking at it and being able to address it is for us to understand and to make note of it and to be as open as possible, and that's why I put those numbers out there, that it's about 20%.
I want to ask this question. You said in 2022 it was approximately 24 million.
About roughly 24
and
million.
23, 27, so we went up.
Correct.
Have you seen an increase in citation, an increase in arrest? Because something has to match. And if something isn't matching, then these overtime are not actually being justified. And I think at all time and point, it should be justified, the cause for overtime, and we should be seeing and reaping benefits. And I have no problem in paying overtime. I have no problem. Let's make sure we understand that. But we must see production out of it, and it must be justified. So with those numbers going from 24 to 27, have you seen increase in citation and increase in arrests?
So across the board, we have not had a significant increase in citations. I didn't walk with those numbers today, but I know when last we spoke of it, we're just about the same over the last 3 years in the issuance of citations. As far as arrests, I know that Senator Maurice James asked for these stats I have in front of me, and I'll provide them, and it will show you that over the last 2 years, we have made significant decreases in our violent crimes. Okay, that goes to show that we're doing something right. In 2022, our violent crime was down just under 30%. It was the lowest in 15 years, second lowest in 20 years. Just to show that it was not a fluke. This year, our violent crimes are down territorially about 9% less than so when I say that, fiscal year 23 or the calendar year 23 is down 9% less than 2022. So obviously we're doing something right. We're trending in the right direction. However, to your point, I do not mind paying overtime either, but again, it has to be earned, and the issue is throughout the department, throughout all 3 islands, and that's why we're looking at it extensively, and not just one unit or one division, but the entire department. Moreover, one of the things that also we have to take a look at as well is the manner in which nobody wants to speak about the elephant in the room when it comes to overtime, and that has to do with the language in the contractual bargaining agreements as well. For instance, with my supervisors, we cannot, and to your earlier point to Vitima, where you ask about the 12-hour shifts, based on the manpower numbers that we have, we cannot survive if we get off the 12-hour shift. We just can't do it. Based on that, our officers work 5-day work days, 12 hours a day, all right? So each week, every officer bi-weekly makes 40 hours of overtime. And then, of course, it's compounded with if they don't have 2 consecutive days off, that they continue to compound time and a half and double time. And those are all languages in the contractual agreement. So, Senator, you say 1, you say 2. Do we have ways? By all means. Okay, I'm going to be as open with that as possible. But in some respects, some of the issue, we are waiting to get back to the table because we need to negotiate some of that language either out or at least down. And I know some of my supervisors are probably right now following this hearing and are going to be upset with it, but the truth is the truth is the truth, okay? And we cannot move forward. The government this government cannot sustain VIPD at $27 million in overtime when we are budgeted for $8 million. And I've had these conversations from the governor right down. They realize it, they recognize it. In a perfect world, even the 8 million is a little low. We should be roughly around 12 or 13 million. I can live with that on an annual basis.
That's a lot.
Time.
And to wrap up, I want to ask just two simple questions, Mr. Chair.
You may.
In regards to the cameras to the traffic light, did we not receive some money from COVID that we could have utilized for that? And I think the legislature had approved some money for those cameras.
Not certain, Senator. I know that in phase 1 of the camera system, maybe you may have had some monies that came from that. I know that phase 2 of the camera system is $1.4 million out of a DOI grant, a Department of Interior grant, and I do believe phase 1 was as well. And then we also had the grant for the e-citation, and also we are moving towards the green light camera system, and we're going to be, again, going back to DOI to fund that project as well.
I mean, I'll wrap up on this. I mean, yesterday morning, traversing, going to work, was a massive accident. I didn't see it, but just from what I saw, it seemed like a red light ran right there by public safety intersection. And we're high daylight, people are running dead red light. Sometimes I'm stopped to the traffic light and been there for quite a while, and people fly through, and I said, so we need these cameras desperately. And I could only ask for our community to be more vigilant and just stop to the red light, because you're causing accident, you're causing damages to people, property, and bodily harm. And on my way back down, 5 o'clock again, massive accident on Melvin Evans Highway. So, people need to really start traversing our roads a lot better, but we need to start hitting them in the pocket. We need to get those lights up, those cameras up, and we need to implement the raise on some of these tickets that we are talking about, because sometimes there's still such a minute. Some people say, well, I don't pay the $50 ticket. These citation needs to increase. And if we increase them and people start getting hit, then maybe somehow way they're going to realize that it's a costly endeavor to run a red light. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you. And the Commissioner and I have been closely working on that, so you're going to be seeing that amendment coming shortly. Next up, Senator Angel Bolquez, at large. Senator, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to start off this round with asking Vitima, and I know, Mr. de Blasio, you sort of have a double role in the sense that you're affiliated with the rescue as well. And it's specifically about St. John Rescue, because St. John Rescue, along with any other rescue that exists throughout the Virgin Islands, helps to augment what would be the emergency response of the VIPD and fire EMS. And I'm curious to know, because I understand this to be the case, in some cases that is that when someone is dispatched, in the case of an emergency, a individual that may be closer to the pinpointed area where the emergency is taking place is not being dispatched, and someone who may be further away is being dispatched to the scene of the emergency. Could you sort of elaborate or share with us how the individual who is dispatching comes up with the person or individual that they dispatch to the emergency situation?
Well, they actually do not. go to the specific person. We are all volunteers. Folks have full-time jobs. Folks are available certain times of the day, not certain times of the day. So the primary calls come to St. John Rescue in general. We are on the trunking system, the BIT radio system. So they dispatch St. John Rescue. A lot of us will get that message, and we will respond when we are dispatched. If we are not dispatched through 911, then we don't get the credit for a CAD RMS entry into the system. So we go based on the fact that fire EMS or PD needs additional assistance. They report that back to dispatch, and then dispatch dispatches us. They have our phone numbers and they can use the radios, but not individuals, because we are not a full-time, permanently staffed operation.
Okay, so any given individual, which is a part of the rescue, can go to the scene. Is that?
As long as they are dispatched, yes, sir. As long as
they're
dispatch is asking for us, because once one of us hear it, then we put the word out through Voxer, through text messages, through phone calls. We know based on where it is who we have in that area. The dispatch 911 folks would not know that.
And in the event that you reach to the scene before VIPD or fire EMS, what can and you cannot do?
Well, it depends on your medical background. I'm at an EMR level. We have EMTs, we have paramedics. You could exercise your abilities to the extent that you are authorized medically. So it depends on who goes. But for all intents and purposes, we all have first aid. We all have, AED, CPR training. So we can get a response going initially, but we don't have the capability that EMS, fire, would bring to the table. So we're just kind of trying to keep folks hanging on till we can get more thorough medical advanced support rather than the basic level that we could provide.
Very well, and I'm going to ask you
minute.
an infrastructure question. What is your position on the one road that connects Coral Bay and Cruz Bay? Are you of the mindset that an additional alternative route should be opened, specifically more so for public safety response as well?
Sir, myself personally, I feel like there should be another road to Coral Bay. As an emergency manager in Vitima, the director and I certainly will have nights where we lose sleep thinking about the possibility of Coral Bay being severed from any support, whether it be medical, fire, food, water, everything and anything. We cannot afford to have them severed from direct contact and transportation between Cruz Bay and Coral Bay. So my answer to you is, my own sense is that we really need to have that alternative route from Cruz Bay into Coral Bay.
And thank you for your response. And Mr. Chair, if I may have just one alibi. Thank you, Mr. Chair, appreciate it. I want to shift over to VIPD, and we know that drugs are rampant throughout certain areas of the territory, and we know that there's a fentanyl crisis that is taking place in the United States of America, and if it's not already happening here, I'm not sure to what extent, because some of the drugs that come in look like candy, they look like, things that can't do damage to you. Has the VIPD seen any upticks, using a word that you used earlier, in any fentanyl type cases that we need to be aware of on any specific island?
Yes, Senator. In 2023, we experienced, we have 5 deaths, 3 of which have been confirmed to be fentanyl. The other 2 are still pending toxicology reports. In late 2022, the Haida VA, Puerto Rico Haida VA, DEA were able to stop a number of pills coming into the territory, and we had 1 major conviction with that, and this was a local that was bringing these pills in. So while it's not at epidemic levels. The fact of the matter is that it is here. Our own are bringing it in because they see, and it's not that they're bringing in fentanyl, it's pills laced with fentanyl. And, but it's our own that's bringing them in. And as a result of that, we are trying to make every effort now to curtail the flow of those products here on our streets. We have two, I would say, strong investigations going with with several of those deaths that we've experienced, and hopefully with the assistance of our federal partners, we're going to be able to execute at least some arrest warrants with those. And I also am grateful that just this week I received a draft bill from, I don't recall which senator now, because I think I got about 30 draft bills on my desk. For some reason, you guys think that I have none better to do than to look at your bills. But I appreciate that anyway. But there's a draft bill for, I think it's Senator Francis, Novell Francis, to increase the penalties for fentanyl, because we have nothing on the books right now as it pertains to that. We're fully in support of that. We just need to iron out the language. We're looking at language from the states of Indiana and Ohio, who have very strong legislation on it, and hopefully we can get that on the books quickly as well.
Okay, and thank you for your responses and of course your effort, your proactive effort in trying to curtail fentanyl from coming or hitting the Virgin Islands to the capacity that would endanger the lives of our people. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, at-large Senator. And duly noted, Commissioner, I'll pull back my two that was supposed to be coming to you.
Your bills are
to
good.
include the one you were asking for.
No, whatever I ask for, you push on that one time.
Vice Chair of the committee, Senator Fonseca, you recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Hello. Yes. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, for the time. I want to follow up on the fentanyl question with police. Okay, so you have, I think it's the nasal spray, the Narcan that you administer. If you have, how do you treat that? Do you have the Narcan? How do you treat that?
We do have Narcan in the territory. Through the PR HIDA, PRVIDA HIDA, we were able to acquire Narcan. It's not to the level where we have one in each vehicle. It's something that we're working on. What the issue is, you know, with the use of Narcan, it only has a shelf life of just under 2 years. And it's extremely expensive. And of course, while there is no cost of saving one of our officers or even a citizen who is, has an episode from fentanyl, the fact of the matter is housing it is something that we're still working on. We, our partners in Puerto Rico, because they're experiencing a high level of fentanyl overdoses as we speak, we're able to obtain a Narcan from them should we require more as well. So we can have them on a flight within hours.
Excellent, because that would save the life. I want to go back to the prior question with the undocumented immigration. I think you had said that just to give the community an understanding of what that number is, of 2,000 plus undocumented immigrants. If we was to take all the staff of our Human Services Department, our Health Department, and the VIPD, there are more undocumented immigrants came into the community than all of those folks, just to show how big it's a problem. Now, I want to go back. Has there been any deaths? Because we got testimony that they have to swim a part of the journey, and I imagine it's without a life jacket and stuff. Have there been any deaths, and how do you treat and dispose of those bodies?
Senator, in early 2023, maybe, or I should say maybe close to summer 2023, we did have as I recall, we did have a death of a young lady who was coming into the territory, and once our joint effort started to get out there close to the to interdict the vessel, they had those individuals. They literally threw them off the vessel, and she ended up drowning. It took us some while. I think it may have been through the efforts of St. John Rescue, we were able to recover the body, but that's the only one that comes to mind right then and there. Once the individual, that specific individual, we were able to recover some of their identification coming from Haiti as well. And if I'm not mistaken, well, I don't recall if it was the Department of Health or Human Services or the Department of Justice that reached out to that victim's family in Haiti to contact them, advise them of the death. But I couldn't tell you what was the final results as to whether the body was buried here or sent back to her island nation.
Thank you, thank you. I wanted to go to Mr. Calix with the fire.
Time.
I know that, was my time called?
Yes, but you may wrap up.
Okay, thank you, yes. Quickly with, I know with Vitima and fire, we had testimony with the fact that there was an inadequate water supply to treat major fires at the Bovoni landfill. I think when we did the calculations last time, it was only about 55 gallons a minute of water you were able to apply to the fire with all the 4 hoses, something like that, but it was inadequate. What has been done recently, and who is taking the lead to make sure that there's going to be adequate water to out the fire at the Bovoni landfill?
The Deputy Fire Chief for St. John will respond. Can you recognize his mic, please?
Good afternoon. Alex, Deputy Fire Chief of St. John. Senator, at this time, I've had no follow-up conversations with Waste Management nor with WAPA, so at this time I have no response to that question or no further information.
Mr. Chair, can Vitima answer? Yes. Go ahead, Deputy Director de Blasio.
Yes, sir. Steve de Blasio, Vitima, Assistant Director. You know, as a coordinating agency, we work with all the agencies. As Mr. Kelly mentioned, you know, Waste Management Authority is involved, fire, contractors, WAPA. I believe that we would be able to get ample water to a fire right now, as we did during the Bovoni event. I don't know the specific numbers, but I do know that there were trucks continuously lined up, loaded with water to fill their pumping trucks so that they could apply wet on red, as I say, okay? But we do continue to work the issues. I will tell you that from the vendor's perspective, they want to get paid. And the biggest challenge that we have, and does actually continue, is actually paying those water vendors for the water that they have provided so that they will be able to and willing to continue that support in the future.
Well, you know, I beg to differ with you because from your own numbers, the calculations was you were only able to get 55 gallons a minute to that fire, and fire gave testimony that that was one of the issues. It was insufficient water capacity. And the pipe, the main line was about a quarter mile away, and so you had to use hoses. And the fire lasted over 3 weeks. So don't give me testimony that it was adequate water and there's a fire and it was a green fire. It wasn't no special fire that can be outed with water. This was a green fire. So guys, keep on top of this because the methane gas is still being produced, and that is a fire in itself. Yes, on Finance Chief, on the chair's time, you can respond.
Good afternoon. Magabi Calix, Deputy Fire Chief of Operations at St. John. Senator Fonseca, I think there's some misunderstandings with your interpretation of what was being said. What was being said that the singular fire hydrant that was out at the Bavoni landfill was only able to supply X amount of water to the trucks. With that being said, we also had, like Executive Director de Blasio mentioned, 6 to 8 different water hauling companies providing water at the same point. So even though the fire hydrant itself was providing limited water, we had between 2,000 to 5,000 gallon tankers at the site also providing water in addition to what WAPA was able to do. So I don't want to get those 2 points conflagrated, for lack of a better term.
So, if I may, Mr. Chair, so then, in your opinion, you telling me that there was enough water to out that fire even though it took 3 weeks?
I'm not saying that there was enough water, but I'm saying the interpretation that you put on the record is inaccurate.
Okay, thank you. I stand corrected. But in the next fire, and there's going to be a next fire, let's do better.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, although we hope there will be no other fire.
Yeah, please.
But I understand what you're saying. You're talking about prior planning, right? Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question at this time goes back to the police commissioner. You don't have any bills from me. You don't have any bills from me because I am focused on correcting the problems at the front end and not at the back end, okay? Education is the key. And so I want to say that with that in mind, and crime statistics, what's the age group that commits the majority of crimes in the Virgin Islands?
Well, it
if you have that statistic.
I can tell you off the top of my head from the numerous conversations we've had with our team and with our partner organizations that violent crime, 18 to 24, okay? Burglaries, outside of the summer months when school is out, burglaries, I think those folks run around 28 years of age, 28 to 32 years of age, and most of them maybe have a dependency issue.
Mm-hmm.
Rapes, 35 and above. You know, and of course, you know, same thing, domestic violence, 35 and above. So, you know, those are the age groups. But for violent crime, that thing that we really look at, 18 to 24 years of age.
Yeah, that says a lot. Because we're losing a lot of young people.
Yes.
And that in itself just contributes to all the problems we have, which are systemic, really.
Correct.
There was a statement by one of the testifiers earlier, and she said, it was Miss Barry, perpetrators and repeat offenders are continually released with conviction. real
Not-
or
not to-
perception?
Not totally accurate. I believe I understand where she's going with that. There's no secret that I have had some choice words for the judiciary, because I think that, I think they could be doing a little better. That being said, one of the more frustrating things for us is the fact that even with all of the bail reform that we have on the books, that an individual, is, free to obtain bail until such time that they go to court. And I think that's where sometimes the misinformation comes in, that individuals that are maybe released on bail, no matter how low it is, and I think that's where my frustration is that
1 minute.
They're free to move about most times. They do have conditions, and so we see them back on the street. It's frustrating too. My officers come to us with folks, some of our young men that we arrest on illegal firearm charges. And we charge them with bail at $25,000, and more times than not, they're out, on 10%, and sometimes even less. So the perception is that they're arrested and they're quickly out because they haven't served their sentences, but I don't think that's what it is. I think that it's that they've been released on bail, and of course, I have to be careful as well with my statements that. Yes, bail is not supposed to be utilized to incarcerate folks. Bail is supposed to be utilized to ensure that folks are going to report for their cases.
Right.
And, but that being said, I still believe that at times the judiciary places too low bail conditions on some individuals, and I think that we've had, in our fairness, so that we have had recent conversations as well, Senator, regarding the working together more to ensure that folks who are out on bail, if once we see them out, then are brought back in, for violating their conditions, and we're going to be, we've spoken about it, and I hope that in short order, we're going to be able to get together the two of our agencies and move expeditiously to start getting these folks back before the courts when they're violating their bail condition, their release conditions.
Thank you for that response. I just want to say that it didn't go over my head that earlier you said that 15. Oh, I think my time was called. May I? Thank you. 15,000 calls for service.
That's St. Croix.
And St. Croix, and then 18,000.
18,000 on St. Thomas.
And it didn't escape me that that's a lot of calls for the police department, and our community doesn't realize how much you do work. So I just want to end by saying thank you for your service. Thank you.
On behalf of the men and women of the police department, thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator James. I wonder if you ever thought about it like I have thought about it too. So you being a lawyer and now a legislator, me being a law enforcement officer and now a legislator, I mean, and studying the system, you ever wonder why the system is named what it named? The criminal justice system? It begs to wonder who the system is for. Okay, I thought it was me. Point of information, Vice Chair.
Testing. Yes, okay, so I'm going back to the official testimony that my Committee on Health, Hospital, Human Services received for the Bovoni landfill. It was a statement from fire. And it says here that you fought over 22 days. Incident Commander Darrell George and other key support agency leaders et cetera, use 1.85 million gallons of water to extinguish the fire. So if you do the math, 22 days is 528 hours times 60, which is the minutes. It comes out to 31,680 minutes. And if you divide that by 1.85 gallons, you get 58 gallons a minute. So those are the facts. 58 gallons a minute is what you was putting on that fire. That is inadequate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Senator Giovanni James, Sr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings once again to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. My question is to Vitima. I know earlier you referenced or you gave an example of the situation where we're crossing over with the British Virgin Islands. I just wanted to give an opportunity to expound on that and to speak on what you have been doing as far as collaborations and communications to solve that issue.
Okay, in terms of collaboration, we do collaborate with the BVI, with our emergency management partners, as well as the PD there as necessary, since they operate the 911 call system in the BVI. In terms of what we are doing about it, what we have done in the past was make sure that we instituted that full phone number that could be called from Coral Bay to give the folks there the best opportunity, possibility of getting hold of 911 to report an emergency. There are signs out there at the crossing there, that T, when you just enter Coral Bay, there was a big sign there that advertised that number. It was there for quite a while following Irma Maria to make sure folks knew that that number existed and that they would have to call that. And we do continually collaborate with our, like I said, emergency management partners in the BVI to keep track of, you know, how often does it happen? Are there any issues? And that's usually our conduit, is the emergency manager there in BVI.
The reason why I am asking that, right, with your cell phone, if I do not have service, I should still be able to make a phone call to the 911 system. So my question to you, can we find an alternative where, you know, some places have 611, 411. Have you ever thought about an alternative?
I don't know if Deputy Director Fred would like to comment on that. From my perspective, no, I'm not sure without the coverage from the cell towers. If you're not hitting a cell tower, I don't believe your cell phone is going to do anything in terms of getting information out to call for help.
And not cross, because I know sometimes we do cross over with the BVI as far as our signal. So it's not a signal issue as far as crossing over, is no signal whatsoever.
Understood, and I believe...
No, I'm asking you, which one is it?
It's no signal whatsoever. You're not going to be able to get hold of 911 unless you have a landline.
And if I may interject, earlier you did say it was specific cell service.
Yes, the problem is with the cell service.
So
yes, sir.
So let's be clear on that, because that's what you said earlier.
Yes, if you dial from a cell tower, from a cell phone, and you're closer to BVI, you're going to get a BVI tower. If you have a cell phone and you're in the Coral Bay or further outside of Cruz Bay, you may not have any signal at all, period, with your cell phone.
Actually, 1 minute and 30 seconds. But thank you. As far as translators in Vitima, so with the influx of people we have coming in from like Haiti and what have you, I'm assuming that you have adequate staffing to be able to translate and deal with those issues?
No, not exactly. It's not that we have staffing, sir. We have a contract with a translation services. It's much more efficient. It's guaranteed by contractual terms to be effective and accurate. So when we have the need to translate on a call coming into 911, we utilize the capabilities of the translation services, which we pay for monthly.
And that has been going well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just want to make sure. And I know my colleague made a little joke about the criminal justice system, but we have to face the reality. We're living in a generation where individuals don't believe in snitching and ratting, and the list goes on. Some people, they're afraid of retaliation, and that's why I continuously will support any initiative when it comes to camera, because cameras do not lie. You know, cameras do not lie. If you fit the description of the camera, that is you. So I hope and pray at some point when we see the fruits of our labor when it comes to the real-time crime center and the installation of these cameras, we could be able to have a new generation of, I guess, police officers where they're more on the technical side of things instead of being on the ground. We have to face the reality that we're living in a digital world, and places all over the world are doing it. I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
No problem. You got back your 30 seconds? The Assistant Director de Blasio, this monthly contract for translation is to translate to what language? Or translate what language?
Go ahead, sir.
Because, let me ask, we have English and Spanish speaking call operators, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell me what this monthly contract translating.
Good afternoon, Senator. Deputy Director Kelly, ITIMA.
You could pull it out, you know. Yeah.
There you go.
Language line, the solution that we've came up with, language line solution, we have access to over 200 different languages, and they're all certified, tested, the whole 9 yards by that translation company. So over 200, and that's what we utilize. We don't have to, you know, bear the cost of any certification, anything, and we can get that response within 3 seconds.
Okay, so let me ask this then. Besides English and Spanish, what have been the other languages that come in for a call for service that you could have identified?
There is French Creole. There's also probably about less than a handful, some sort of Arabic.
So none of our call operators speak French Creole either?
It's not a requirement to, when we hire them to be to speak a specific language.
I just want to make sure that we ain't paying an exorbitant contract for people speaking what, Chinese or whatever, and we don't have a need for it. I want to make sure that what we're paying for is something that we found a need for.
Definitely, Senator. There is a need for it, and it is not exorbitant in the grand scheme of things. We pay less than $300 a month for the access to this service. Over.
Okay. So through the chair, can you provide us with that contract as well, just so we could see what it is that we're paying for, the services?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Francis, point of information, Senator Bolkes, and then we go to Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my point of information is for Mr. de Blasio from VITIMA concerning the CAD RMS system. Is that able to accommodate integrated emergency response app or Wi-Fi calling?
And that's through the chair.
I will defer to...
Through the chair.
Okay, thank you, sir. I will go ahead and defer to Asim Fred, my Deputy Director of Logistics.
Mr. Chair, he asked that I repeat the question.
You may.
Thank you. The CAD system that you utilize, can it accommodate or can you upgrade it to accommodate integrated emergency response calls from Wi-Fi calling, or if there's an app that VITIMA may want to produce? I'm only asking the question because we know that our landscape here on St. John, everybody doesn't always have a good cellular phone, but they may have Wi-Fi in their home, and they may need a response. And nowadays, we don't have individuals who have home landline phones as frequently as we used to in the past. So I'm asking if the system can accommodate such calls.
Kindly recognize Deputy Director.
Good afternoon, Chairman and fellow senators. The system is able to accept any type of calls that's made, whether it's from Wi-Fi calling, whether it's from any type of application, whether it's from a cell phone or a landline. So yes, the answer is yes, we can accommodate all those calls.
Okay, very well. I think that that's an important piece of information for residents to know, because some may believe that they only can make a 911 phone call. So we should educate them on that. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bulkers. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Once again to my colleagues, good afternoon to the testifiers. I'm a little bit have a difference of opinion with the chairman as it relates to saving money, as it regards to saving lives. I would pay whatever we need to pay to make sure we have adequate translators, because even if we could save one life, that is what's most important to me. Now, as it relates to accepting calls, since I've been a member of this institution, this is my 4th year, I've been asking VITEAM about the implementation of having 911 being able to accept text calls. Because as you know, I've been holding on to that piece of legislation for 3 years now, because every time VITEMA comes before me, they're telling me it's coming online. Then it was 6 months, and it's not happening. So I'm trying to understand, where are you guys with that? Because sometimes there's situations where people can't call for help, but if they could text in and get the help, that's just as important. So could VITEMA share with me where you guys are at with that?
Yes, we are working on that, and I will ask Deputy Director Sim Fret to elaborate, but we are working with the service providers. We are fully capable. We have already tested with some of the service providers. Some, not all, can do it. And there is a certain amount of time allowed by the FCC to implement the program on the part of the service providers, which we do not dictate. So I would just ask that Mr. Sim Fret, sir, please jump in if there's anything that I'm missing, or if I covered it well, you think, okay, then that's where we are right now.
So you guys have done your part. You're waiting on the provider's part, because I know with the cell services, I read all of that. So could you give me the deadline for when they have to do their part, or an idea for the borderline when this is going to be completed?
Right? Yeah, the end of February is the deadline put upon the service providers to get their act together.
Okay. I might have to.
And then of course, ma'am, if I may, with all due respect, Chairman, there will have to be a huge marketing plan for this.
Good.
Because folks are going to have to understand what it is and what it is not, what it can and can't be.
Yes.
So it's going to be quite the media push, marketing strategy to get folks educated before we roll that out. Otherwise,
I am looking forward
it could be a
to
problem.
And that might be a bill I would happily put down and don't even bring it to this floor if you guys are getting it done.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman.
I want to ask the PD in regards to press conferences. I've seen some pop-ups here and there recently. And, you know, I'm one of those people that watch a lot of cop shows. And I'm always seeing the police are always press releases. They're out there. Everything they go out and they communicate to the public, they let them know they're reaching out for that interaction. But I don't see it as prevalent here in the territory. Is that done on purpose, or it's just not something you guys are gearing up to? Because I started to see, you know, them pop up periodically, but it's not as consistent as I would even see nationally on the news, or even, you know, looking at some of the shows or whatever. Explain to me a little bit.
Well, I mean, there's a difference between the press releases. We issue press releases every day.
Press conferences.
Press conferences. Again, we run press conferences based on the nature of events. As I indicated to folks, that, you know, when it comes to the press conferences, it's really up to the chiefs, and because they're in charge of operations, so 99% of what would be in the press conference falls on their shoulders. I have thought that we have had a number of press conferences. We give updates. I think I could be wrong, but we probably got 2 to 3 press conferences a month. I don't know how much you're actively looking at or looking for, but while it may not be adequate as some folks would like to see it.
Where do you have these press? Because could I wrap up, Mr. Chair? I know we have to head out.
You may, just don't misquote me again. Go ahead.
So as I was saying, in regards to the press conferences, where exactly, I saw some on social media. That's where I saw some of them. Now, how do you directly get to the public with this information outside of social media so they could actually know what information you're putting out for them to interact with?
With the press conferences that the chiefs hold, or even myself, they're placed on social media. Yes, they're also sent to all of the media outlets. They're provided with those videos.
So it's up to them if they put it on or not.
Yes, and that's why we put it out on the government's channel. Government House puts them out as well. Director Mota has been good with putting them on the government's Facebook page as well.
Okay. Well, see, I think that's where my concern is, because it's one thing to put on the government channel. Everybody doesn't look at those government channels all the time. But if you figure out a way to put it more mainstream and say, listen, the police department has a press conference, we need this information out, and do you guys set aside advertising time or make, a connection with the television stations or whatever the case is to say, listen, this is what we need to put out? Do you guys do that regularly?
In my opinion, we do, Senator. But again, with respect to the mainstream, the television stations, they would require, that's the sit down and schedule press conference based on whatever. What we do, again, based on the electronic age that we live in, it's about timeliness of getting the information out there. For that reason, that's why we've utilized social media more often than not. But I do get your point regarding mainstream for those individuals that are not on social media. Again, those most of our press conferences are done, and then we record them and then send them out. But we can step back and take a look at getting the more live ones out, utilizing the mainstream media as well.
And last question, and I'm finished. In speaking to some of the St. Johnians, as you know, St. John is a mecca a lot of times for tourists, just like St. Thomas. And
St. Croix. We got a bunch of cruise ships going to St. Croix, though. Right, Chairman?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. That's a good thing. But when I speak in regards to that, in talking to some of my constituents, they feel there's a demarcation in how certain situations where locals versus tourists are being treated. Is that a complaint that you hear all the time, or is that something you try to dispel? Is that, because I've had at least 3 conversations like this, and I don't specifically know how this works, but some of them feel like visitors are treated a little bit different than locals when it comes to situations that might occur. Have you ever heard that? How do you deal with maybe individuals coming in feeling like, I feel like you're treating me different because I live here versus someone that came and visited?
Interestingly enough, Senator, I have heard it just to the contrary.
Oh.
That we may be messing with our tourist product because we're not treating those visitors who are victimized as we are locals. So I can only say that we don't treat a crime as a crime when it comes to us. Okay? And so our response is just based on that. It's based on the type of incident that we're responding to, whether it's just one officer going or we're sending the entire force. And I think that that's, moving forward, as we're going to continue to work along those lines. But I don't see it as that we police for one more than the other. As a matter of fact, the media, all right, and Ray Martinez says so, that there are those, there is some print media around here that sensationalizes issues that occur to visitors to our shores and makes it appear that we do not police as expeditiously to those visitors or to certain demographics like we should. And I will sit here and tell you we do not do that. I do not see color.
You're equal across the board.
I do not see color, nor does my officers.
Okay.
We respond.
Well, thank you for that response. And I appreciate the additional time, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Francis Heiliger. Thank you for your line of questioning. You're off the record already. Thank you so much. And let me just state that, but honestly, as a career law enforcement officer and an emergency service coordinator, I will never put a price on a life. What I ask to see is a copy of the contract to see what we are paying for. All right? My history in this government, when it comes to contract, we get too much pigs in basket, and I just want to see what we have there. Let me just wrap this up quickly. Vaitim, I wanted to ask you quickly, I want you to work on it from now if you haven't already solidified it before we get to the hurricane season again. The emergency shelters for the island of St. John. How are we on that? You have an update, or we're still working to that end?
I do have not much of an update from last year. We have the Adrian Senior Center, which we continue to use through the Department of Human Services. And we also did execute a contract with Gift Hill School. That's the upper campus, and that would be able to house up to 140 shelteries. So
Okay.
again, we have a contract in place between DHS, Human Services, and Gift Hill School. So we will be renewing that. And sir, we are just about to begin. I was talking to Human Services just today. They're getting ready to begin the shelter inspections again, the whole process that we do every year to see what kind of condition they're in, make sure if there's anything that needs to be done, it's done before the hurricane season.
Great. So we'll have that conversation. VIPD and VI FEMS. Marine rescue continues to be on my mind often. And it seems like every time we have a major activity happening, whether St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, even the BVI, we always seem to have some kind of marine emergency. Do we have any of your entities, any of the entities right now, do you have emergency rescue water apparatus? Besides the fireboat and the marine boats, do you have like jet skis, water, the backboards, etc., so that you can make quick access to the reefs and whatnot that we have in the territory?
So Clarence Stevenson, Fire Chief St. Thomas St. John. Currently, we only have a
Turn the
MOU.
mic towards you speaking to.
Currently, we only have an MOU with National Park Service, and we will utilize St. John Rescue for those type of operations. St. Thomas and St. John Rescue for those operations.
So you don't have individuals that will be certified and ready to do this on our own, absent NPS and rescue?
Currently, no. I have captains, but I don't have anybody certified for the stuff that you're talking about
And
currently.
when you say you have captains, you mean?
Boat captains, licensed boat captains.
Yeah, but we're not just talking about boat
I know.
captains.
So that's why I say we don't have what you're talking about.
So do you see a need for it? The answer should be quickly yes. And
we had at one point before I was in the department, but keeping them certified and paid was the problem.
All right, we need to have conversations on that. We live on an island. We traverse on boats between St. Thomas and St. John every single day. We can't be stopping to him and her as to whether or not this is a necessity. VIPD, through the Marine Unit, do we have any of those equipment at this time?
At this time, we do not have them on hand. We do have the funding to purchase marine quick response vehicles for both islands.
Thank you. And as a former LEPC director, could you hold the hand of fire and bring them along too, so that we could get equipment for them? And if the two come together, I mean, hey, you got a full team there, even if it's 3 and 3 from either side. But the local emergency services entities should have these marine emergency rescue apparatus. All right, it's a serious concern. And I mean, I live in the St. Croix district, but I still catch a seaplane to come. Imagine we gotta wait for a helicopter if anything happened to us, God forbid, out there in the middle of the ocean, to come from Puerto Rico. But I want to be able to depend on our folks here in the territory. And I know we are a real resilient set of people and whatnot, and when it comes to emergency, we could come together. We've seen it many a times. So I know if anything happened, you're gonna see a whole bunch of private boaters coming out there and whatnot, but let's have some trained, certified individuals within the VIPD and the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. All right?
So we're going to incorporate it with the Marine Unit that we are establishing. Can we have a separate staff for the Marine Unit and not this year?
Good, because your Marine Unit should encompass Marine Rescue, and not just thinking on your Marine Unit with a boat with a hose on it to send water. And when you're doing them ceremonies, when the ship coming in for the first time and whatnot, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for rescue, marine rescue. All right?
Senator, if I may, we also have if we're talking about rescues to inland or hard areas difficult to get to in bays and inlets, yes, we have our quick response vehicles, our jet skis are ready to be ordered. We have the funding for those. If something happens out to sea, our marine assets are capable of getting out there quickly to make those rescues. Our marine vessel on St. Croix has been working initiatives with our federal partners, and we can be in relatively good water, calm water. We can or relatively accessible water. We can get from St. Croix to St. Thomas in 35 minutes. So we can be out there, and we have been on St. Croix. We've had last year we had 68 marine rescues on St. Croix, and here on St. Thomas it was a lot less because our vessel hasn't. The vessel is still in construction, and the second vessel had been down for some time, but I think in this district we still had like over a dozen rescues as well. So we do participate. We have a safe boat. We have safe boats in each district now. Those are the ones you see patrolling. The one in Frederickson around the cruise ships, and here on St. Thomas, the one on St. Thomas is back in the water as of I think the day of the state of the territory is back in the water, and it's that team is out there available to do rescues as well.
And that is good information to know. People could sleep a little lighter at night knowing that we have the capability to do so.
Let me not forget also.
Can we get an update on the last marine incident we had here, I think about a week or two ago, where a boater lost control? I think they found the boat, but not the individual.
Yes, and that's the best update. The best update we can provide is that the gentleman's body has not been recovered. But to your earlier point as well, I also need to put out there that to expand on the availability of services that we provide, we also have an array of marine drones as well as underwater drones as well. So our capabilities, we continue to develop our capabilities for rescues.
Okay. Thank you so much. I want to thank all of you for your input and testimony here today, the dialogue. I ask that each of the agencies, department and agencies, continue to stay in contact with the community so that we could, provide better services to them and open up the communications a little better. That said, I want to thank my colleagues and staff here at the legislature. I will just end it right here and say that the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Wednesday, January 31st, 2024 is hereby adjourned.